So can somebody check whether we are getting YouTube live streaming?
Yeah, it is there.
Perfect. This looks very good.
Yeah, I think the monastery is also Facebook Live. Yeah, I say the Facebook is live.
Jai Bhim, everyone.
Jai Bhim.
This is Bhaiya Somdawle for Toronto, Canada.
Hi Bhaiya, thanks for joining.
Hi, thank you. Yeah.
जय भीम।
जय भीम सर।
जय भीम विजय शंकर जी।
Yeah, still.
Namo Buddhaya and Jai Bhim everyone.
जय भीम।
Jai Bhim. The time now is 7:32 in Central, which is 6:02 in India. So it's time to start our program. First of all, I would like to thank everyone for joining the online cyber celebration for the 130th Dr. Baba Sahib Ambedkar Jayanti. So I first of all wish and hope that everyone is safe and also your family is safe. And I would like to salute all our members who are at the front line. From ABAT, we would like to welcome you for the cyber celebration. As you know, ABAT is hosting this program from last 6 years, and this year, because of the pandemic of COVID, it has reached a widespread because now people have the luxury to join remotely. So you will see a lot of people joining on this call and celebrate together alongside with us. So I know it is hard and it is a hard time for all of us, but we should find opportunities to be happy and also celebrate together. So today being the auspicious day for us, being our Masiha's birth anniversary, and like Buddha said, rather than complaining that there are thorns in the rose bush, we should be happy that in the rose bush or in the thorns bush, we have roses. So with that, I would like to welcome you again. So even though ABAT is hosting the program, it would not be possible with the support of our Ambedkarite Association. So I would like to thank the additional Ambedkarite Association who made this possible. So I'll go through the line, which is Ambedkarite Association of North America, then Ambedkarite International Mission, Ambedkar International Center, Ambedkar International Mission USA, Boston Study Group, Ambedkar King Study Circle, and AIM Canada. So we are also going Facebook Live and also YouTube Live. So just in case if you all want to follow us through the social media, you can go to any of this organization pages, and then you should be able to see the live feeding or live streaming of this current program. So with that, because it's a very big program, what we are having today, I have certain guidelines and rules which we would like to read out so that we have a smoother program. First, if you're not speaking, please mute yourself because it causes a lot of noise or irritation especially for the speaker. And also when you are joining, please put your full name so that it avoids any delays if you are in the waiting room. And also if you join with some weird name, we will try to reach out to you saying that, okay, please provide your name, or otherwise we will remove you from the meeting, because in the past we had a lot of Zoom bombings. So we are trying to be very cautious. And the third thing is, do not make any discussion personal or political. I know we are here for celebrations, so just be cognizant of it. So we are here to celebrate and be happy. So that with that rules and guideline, and I hope that everyone will abide to it. So let's start with our program. So let me quickly read out our agenda. So we have broken our program for today into multiple hours. So for the first hour, the agenda is, as I'm doing, the kickoff. So this is the kickoff, and then we will have Trisharan Panchashil by our Bhante Ananda. Then we will have Bhim Stuti by Mishram family. Then we will have our first guest speaker, Professor Scott Stroud. Then we will have cultural and organizational updates from various organizations. Then we will go into speaker number 2, Ratnadeep Kamble. And then we will wrap up this hour with some additional cultural activities and organization updates. So with that, now we move into the first program, which is the Trisharan and Panchashil by Bhante Ananda. But before that, I would like to introduce Bhante Ananda. Bhante is joining us from Bengaluru. He became a monk at the age of 19 in the year 1986. Since then, he studied Buddhist philosophy, psychology, ethics, the Pali language, and he's also a BA, which is Bachelor of Arts in Education and Sociology. He also took the additional responsibility as a secretary of Mahabodhi Society in 1987. From that point, the organization or the society has reached various heights. He has also taken the Buddhism into the Western worlds, and he has been working with a lot of dignitaries in the Western world and getting a lot of donations, which with that donation, he was able to develop various projects like Mahabodhi Nalanda Hostel in Bengaluru, Mahabodhi School, the Karla Student Home, Meta Loka Youth Center, and the list just goes on. So without any further ado, I will hand it over to Bhante Ananda. So Bhante Ananda, if you are ready, you can unmute yourself, and I will request everyone to fold your hands and recite together the Trisharan and Panchashil. So Bhante, over to you.
Namo Buddhaya. Is it audible?
Yes, Bhante ji, you can go ahead.
Today, on the auspicious occasion of 130th birth anniversary of Dr. Ambedkar, you all have gathered. Now, focus your mind on the Supreme Buddha and undertake the Trisarana and Panchashila. I will tell and you may please repeat. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa.
3 times.
Namo tassa bhagavato
Please repeat Namo tassa again.
sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato
Buddhang saranang gacchami.
Buddhang saranam gacchami.
Dhammang saranang gacchami.
Dhammam saranam
Gacchami.
Sanghang saranang gacchami.
Sangham Sharanam Gacchami.
Tutiyampi buddhang saranang gacchami.
Dutiyampi Buddhang Sharanam Gacchami.
Dutiyampi dhammang saranang gacchami.
Dutiyampi Dhammam Sharanam Gacchami.
Tutiyampi sanghang saranang gacchami.
Dutiyampi Sangham Sharanam Gacchami.
Tatiyampi buddhang saranang gacchami.
Tatiyampi Buddham Sharanam Gacchami.
Tatiyampi dhammang saranang gacchami.
Tatiyampi Dhammam Sharanam Gacchami.
Tatiyampi sanghang saranang gacchami.
Tatiyampi Sangham Sharanam Gacchami.
Tisaranagamanang paripunnang
Aham.
amabante.
Ambedkar.
Anatipata veramani.
Pranatipata Veramani.
Sikkhapadang samadhiyami.
Sikkhapadam Samadhiyami.
Dinnadana veramani.
Adinadana Veramani.
Sikkhapadang samadhiyami.
Sikkhapadam Samadhiyami.
Kame sumichachara veramani.
Sumistachara Veramani.
Sikkhapadang samadhiyami.
Sikkhapadam Samadhiyami.
Musavada veramani.
Musavada Veramani.
Sikkhapadang samadhiyami.
Sikkhapadam Samadhiyami.
Surameraya majja.
Surameryamadya.
Pamadatthana veramani.
Pamadatthana Veramani.
Sikkhapadang samadhiyami.
Sikkhapadam Samadhiyami.
Isaranena saddhing panchasilang dhammang sadhukang surakhitang katva pamadena sampadetha. Se amavante. So today on this auspicious occasion, I will just read 3 verses of the Dhammapada, so that whole day you have programs. You can enjoy this with these holy words of the Buddha. From Buddha Vagga Dhammapada, I read from Dhammapada, Buddha Vagga, Gatha number 182. Kiccho manussa patilabho, kiccang machana jivitang, kiccang saddhamma savanang, kiccho buddhanam uppado. Hard it is to be born as human being, and hard is the life of mortals. Hard it is to gain the opportunity to hear the sublime truth taught by the Supreme Buddha, and hard it is to encounter the arising of the Buddhas. 183. Sabba papassa akaranang kusalassa upasampada sachitta pariyodapanang yetang buddhana sasanang. To avoid all evil things and to cultivate all good and to cleanse one's own mind. This is the teaching of the Buddhas. Khanti paramang tapoti tikha nibbanang paramang vadanti buddha nahi pabbajito parupaghati na samano hoti parang vihetayanto. Enduring patience is the highest kind of meditation. Nibbana is supreme, say the Buddhas. He is not a true truth seeker who harms others, nor a true renunciate who oppresses others. Anupavado anupaghato patimokhe cha sangvaro mattanyuta cha bhattasming pantang cha sayanasanang adhichitte cha ayogo etang buddhana sasanang. Not despising, not harming, restraint according to the code of discipline, moderation in food, dwelling in solitude, and devotion to meditation. This is the teaching of the Buddhas. So dear Upasakas and Upasikas, I wish you a very, very happy Ambedkar Jayanti. And with these very valuable words, let us remember the life of human being, which is very rare, and we have to make best use of it as per the advices given in these few gathas. This consists of the entire Buddha's teaching. So we hear all the monks of Mahabodhi Monastery in Bengaluru, all the 120 monks, and in all 15 centers, 300 monks, and all the lay people. We all wish you great happiness and wonderful day today and wonderful year. May the blessings of the Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha, may the blessings of our Bade Banteji, our Kasapa Banteji, and all the Bantes surround your lives with happiness and wisdom, progress on the Noble Eightfold Path, and may you progress towards enlightenment and ultimately experience the supreme bliss of Nibbana. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
Thank you, Banteji. And with your blessing and permission, we would like to proceed with our program. We will now move to the next event we will have Bhim Stuti by Pankaj Meshram family. So Pankaj, if you are ready, you can unmute yourself.
We are ready, Kamlesh.
Sure, please go ahead.
Jai Bhim. I am Arahan Meshram. Jai Bhim. And I am another Meshram. And we are going to recite Bhim Stuti.
Divya Prabharatnatu Sadhu Varadanatu Adya Kula Bhushanatu Maharaj Sapala Vidyapati Jnana Satsangati Dhamma Shashanmati Buddhi Teja Pankaja Narvara Rataswajana Uddhara Bhagavanta tu khara marga jata savadar sangari shastra nadhari takari kapalari uri kranti rupa mukti patha konata jirna smruti jadita उजाळिला आगतिका मार्ग साजा राज्य घटना कृती शोभते भारती बोधिसत्व बोलती सार्थ संज्ञा शरण बुद्धासमी
शरण धम्मासनी शरण संघासनी भीमराज भीमराज भीमराज
जय भीम नमो बुद्धाय.
Alexa, cancel reminder.
Kamlesh, we are all to you.
Yeah, thank you, Pankajji, and thank you, Anagat and Arahant. I would like to thank Pankaj and Sheetal Meshram for raising such a wonderful kids who have everything by heart. And as you know, we have a wonderful program lined up. But before that, again, I see a lot of people joining. So I would like to read out the guidelines again for the last time. Please mute yourself if you're not speaking. Please put your full name when joining to avoid any delays to get you inside the meeting. And also, please do not make this discussion personal or political. And I promise I will not repeat these rules again and irritate everyone. But with that, we will move to our first guest speaker, Professor Scott. And let me introduce Professor Scott also. So Professor Scott is an associate professor in the Department of Communication Studies in University of Texas at Austin. He serves as a program director of media ethics for Center of Media Engagement. His research lies in the intersection of philosophy and rhetoric. And he's the author of 2 academic books, John Dewey and the Artful Life, and Kant and the Promise of Rhetoric. He is presently writing a book that gives a most comprehensive account to date of the intellectual relationship between John Dewey and Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, a project that has necessitated him to visit India in various trips. And Dr. Scott has various archives and private collection of Dr. Babasaheb's book, manuscripts, and notes. Professor Scott also has co-founded the first center of John Dewey Studies last year in India, and the center is actually located in Savitribai Phule, Pune University. So with that, Professor, over to you, and your topic for today is current research and finding on Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar. So, Professor, if you're ready, you have the control.
Yes, thank you, Kamlesh. Jai Bhim, Namo Buddhaya to all my friends watching, especially my friends in the Ambedkarite Buddhist Association of Texas, the study group from Boston, AIM, all of the wonderful Ambedkarite organizations. I've been seeing many of you tweet today, wonderful Jayanti blessings on Twitter. So it's wonderful to kind of see you in person. I'm just going to speak for a few minutes about some of the recent stuff I've been finding and explain kind of what I'm up to, because this is what I continually love when I engage Dr. Ambedkar's thought. It's so complex. And every scholar, every dedicated follower, every Ambedkarite sees something slightly different in Babasaheb. And so I want to explain to you a bit what I am looking for and what I am examining in my book and why I'm doing this. And this may inform what you see as valuable in Babasaheb, or you may just set it to the side as boring stuff that us scholars do. I first learned about Babasaheb about 4 years ago when I really got into his work. I came to Babasaheb as a pragmatist, someone specializing in the philosophies of people like John Dewey. And as we all know, John Dewey was one of the great teachers of the great thinker Babasaheb. And no one had really explained to someone like me who wants to say, what was the relationship between these two? What did Dr. Ambedkar learn? What didn't he like in Dewey's philosophy? So at a certain point, I said, well, if no one's giving me more than a paragraph here or an essay there, let's see how far we can dig. And so like any scholar might, you just start looking. And the questions ended up taking me to India. And I met some of the most wonderful people in India. I will continue to meet new people in India because every time I go there, I always leave knowing there's one or two people to meet. One time I went there, and as I was leaving the day before my flight, someone said, "Oh, you must talk to Ramesh Shinde outside of Mumbai." And I didn't have time. So the next time, Mr. Vijay Sarwade, the kind soul he is, took me to meet with Ramesh Shinde. So every time I meet someone new, last time it was Dr. Nitin Raut. So all of these people are helping me to fill out the puzzle as I see it, what Baba Sahib is up to. So let me talk to you a little bit about the connection I'm starting to see emerge between Dr. Ambedkar and John Dewey. And we all know Navayana Buddhism. And one of my missions is not just to talk to folks like you that already know about Dr. Ambedkar, but to take the gospel of Dr. Ambedkar and Navayana Buddhism to a lot of my colleagues in communication, in philosophy, in rhetorical studies, academics in the US, in other words. Many of these people know of Gandhi, maybe a little bit, but very few of them know of Dr. Ambedkar. And I think this is a real shame. So I'm constantly bringing up Dr. Ambedkar's thought. And this is one reason why I insist on, at least in my work, talking about Dr. Ambedkar in relation to Dewey, because a lot of people in America know of John Dewey. And so this is one way to get Navayana Buddhism into the conversations. And so one of the new terms I've been testing out has been the idea of Navayana pragmatism. And this gets across my point that Dr. Ambedkar was influenced by Dewey, but resisted some things in Dewey, changed some things in Dewey, and added some things. So this is part of the genius of Dr. Ambedkar. He was educated. That means he didn't come out of nowhere. He learned from people, learned from their mistakes, learned from their shortcomings. So let me explain a couple of the things that lie behind, I think, the brilliance of Navayana Buddhism. One of those is the idea of psychology that John Dewey was developing right when Dr. Ambedkar was listening to his classes, and that Dr. Ambedkar takes back to India. We all know that section in Annihilation of Caste where Ambedkar focuses on the terms, Shudra, Vaishya, Kshatriya, these caste labels. And he says these things bring across the ire towards the lower or the outcasts. And what he's getting at here is something you look at the lectures that Dewey was giving. Terms for Dewey, were useful, but we started taking them too seriously. We started to take labels as connoting the whole reality. Plato did this. Triangle meant everything about triangleness. And so Ambedkar saw Dewey talking about this, and he started taking some of these ideas of words being connected to mental habits of reaction. So when you hear something that's repugnant, you react in a certain way. So this became a way that Ambedkar could hammer the caste system in the Annihilation of Caste, that it operates on mental habits. Caste is a mindset, it's an attitude, it's a disease, according to Dr. Ambedkar. It's a psychological challenge that's connected to these labels. Another thing that I saw that he saw in Dewey's classes, I found the notes that Dr. Ambedkar was taking, you see. And one of the things that Dewey mentioned were those three values you all have heard many times: fraternity, equality, and liberty. Now, what's fascinating is these are a very small part of Dewey's pragmatism. Dewey mentions them in April of 1916. Ambedkar hears this, takes them down, like the other students in the class. But Dewey doesn't come back to them that often. These aren't like a touchstone for Dewey. As a matter of fact, Dewey kind of resists any kind of ideals that can be used to critique a society as it is. So what happens is, Ambedkar, when he gets back to India, he says Dewey was on to something with the idea of democracy as a way of associated living. We all remember that wonderful line from Annihilation of Caste. Democracy is not just a government, it is a mode of associated life or conjoint communicated experience. So, that's Dewey would agree with that. But Ambedkar then adds to this idea something we have all seen. You've seen it in the preamble to the Indian Constitution. You've seen it in the Buddha and his Dhamma. The three values of fraternity, equality, and liberty. In the preamble, they seem to sum up to make justice if they're balanced right. So that's a fascinating addition to the pragmatist lineage of Dewey. You've got this idea of pragmatism as a habit, as a way of life, and not just as a way of voting or people that are in Delhi or in Washington, D.C. But you have these values that could come in from outside of a tradition. See, Ambedkar's worried because if you say the tradition gives you what your values are, Ambedkar, of course, believes that he's stymied by the dominant Hindu, the Brahminical tradition. So Ambedkar loves these values, even though he says they're from the French Revolution. And later on, he says, really, you could find them in Buddhism. But these values are still something from outside of the traditions that he's trying to critique, the traditions that foist caste oppression on him. So what I want to conclude with here is that when we look at the grandeur that is Baba Sahib's Navayana Buddhism, and we see him take things like ahimsa and translate them from don't harm any creatures, like the Jains. The Jains have a very strict view of this kind of dharma. I studied with the Jains for 30 days, so I had to eat a certain kind of vegetarian diet. Ambedkar translates ahimsa from that strict don't hurt to a more flexible love all. So the idea being that love is something we can apply in various ways and try to adapt to the situational demands. So what you see is Ambedkar is formulating Buddhism as a pragmatic religion of what he calls principle. Principle is something Dewey loved. Dewey didn't run with religion, but Ambedkar did. So where I'm at now, and I've got a big old book manuscript over here that I'm finalizing and sending off to the publisher, and hopefully it'll be published in a year or so. By then, I'll be moving on to other things to think about Dr. Ambedkar. Is what I'm starting to see is Ambedkar is a pragmatist, but that doesn't mean he's the same thing as Dewey. It means he was influenced by something Dewey said. He rejected some other things. He didn't even hear other things from Dewey. And so this is the nature of influence. And so when we call Ambedkar a Buddhist, we don't deny that he's a Democrat or a politician. When we call him a pragmatist, we don't deny that he's a Buddhist. We're just highlighting different aspects of him. And so what I want to encourage you to look at is Dr. Ambedkar is a wonderful figure because he is not simple, because he is complex, and because he always gives us something new to think about. Thank you for listening, and Jai Bhim, Namo Buddhaya.
Thank you, Professor Scott. It's always an honor for you to come to our forums or our programs, and being that guest speaker, you always enlighten us with the relationship between John Dewey and Baba Sahib and how there is an overlap between them, how they join themselves, or what is the delta between them. Also, a couple of points which you mentioned, I would like to just quote Baba Sahib, that I like the religion that teaches liberty, equality, and fraternity, which you also touched upon. So thank you again, Professor. So with that, we will switch gears and move to the culture activities and the organizational update. So with that, we have our next young Ambedkarite from Atlanta, Georgia, Ms. Sakshi Chauhan. And her topic for today is how can we revere or pay respects to Dr. Baba Sahib Ambedkar. So Sakshi, if you are ready.
Yeah. Jai Bhim, everyone. Can you hear me? Well,
yes.
Okay. So Jai Bhim, everyone. I welcome you to this occasion of the 130th birth anniversary of Baba Sahib Dr. Bhimrao Ramji Ambedkar and the 194th birth anniversary of Baba Sahib's one of the three gurus, Mahatma Jyotirao Phule. So first, I want to start by telling a short story, and the source is unverified, but it is very much worth noting. So once someone asked Baba Sahib Ambedkar, what is the biggest accomplishment of your movement? You expected him to say it is the Constitution of India. Few people expected him to say the abolition of untouchability. Few people expected him to say the reservations, and few expected him to say the religious conversion. But Baba Sahib said, the biggest accomplishment of my movement is that I have put life into dead people. I have aroused self-respect in people. I have inculcated in people a feeling to fight for their honor and their rights. I enabled them to stand for themselves and show to the world their full potential. Keep the lamp of spreading awareness of Baba Sahib's movement of liberty, equality, fraternity, and justice ideology always burning. After so many sacrifices of our founding fathers and mothers, from Buddha to Mahatma Phule to Baba Sahib Ambedkar, now people understand the purpose and significance of nonstop spreading awareness. Awareness amongst the masses is the necessary precondition for any kind of revolution to take place. So during Buddha's times, the society was not as sophisticated and complex as was during Mahatma Phule's and Babasaheb's times. It seems also true that the current times are way more complex than it was before. Spreading awareness is not an easy task. Spreading awareness means understanding these complex times and making our masses aware of things going on around them. The awareness will then lead to the creation of a society that our forefathers fought for, a society based on liberty, equality, fraternity, and justice for all. So one can pay respects to the masses. Mahatma Phule once mentioned that real education is simply which helps one in knowing what is good and what is bad for oneself. It helps a person to differentiate between a friend and a foe. For us, Babasaheb is not just an individual. He is an institution. There are more than 22 volumes of Babasaheb's writings and speeches published by the government of Maharashtra in English and freely available in PDF format on the Ministry of External Affairs of India website. And I strongly encourage you to read it. The more you read him, the more you need him. People still ask how else one can revere or pay respects to Babasaheb. I want to quote a few examples of how people who respected him revered him. After the Mahaparinirvan of Babasaheb on 6 December 1956, lots of material handwritten by Babasaheb himself was not published for almost 20 years due to legal custodial issues. And after a long legal battle, more than 22 volumes of Babasaheb's writings and speeches were published by the government of Maharashtra. And the editor for most of these volumes was Mr. Vasant Moon. Due to the fact that the papers were locked in boxes for several years, it was not only difficult to read those handwritten papers, but also very dangerous to the eyes and the health of Dr. Vasant Moon due to the poisonous fumes. You had to handle the papers with care to make sure that the precious material is not destroyed or lost. Mr. Vasant Moon dedicated his whole life to make sure that Babasaheb's messages and books reaches to people, despite caring for his own life and career. That is how respected Vasant Moon revered Babasaheb Ambedkar. Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar established the Samata Sainik Dal on 13th March 1927. Most of the retired soldiers and many other young men and women of that time joined the Samata Sainik Dal as volunteers. Babasaheb was never afraid for his life, but these volunteers knew what Babasaheb's life meant for the future of India. The SSD volunteers used to guard Babasaheb like shadows. Some of them even used to disguise themselves as British soldiers when needed, or some as gardeners, coolies, and even beggars. Each and every volunteer was ever ready to work 24/7 to lay down their life for their beloved Babasaheb and society at large to make sure that Babasaheb's movement succeeds. That was how the youth of that time revered Babasaheb and his movement. Today, our helpless brethren facing various atrocities in remote places all over India look for the support of our youth today. There are also path breakers amongst us. For example, Purna Malavat, a Swaro, at the age of 13 years and 11 months, she was the youngest girl in the world to climb Mount Everest on 25th May 2014. In year 2015, Tina Dabi, a 22-year-old girl, not only cracked the UPSC exam, but also achieved the first rank in her very first attempt. On 12th July 2018, Hima Das won the 400-meter finals at the World Under-20 Championships, and she became the first Indian sprinter to win a gold medal at an international track event. So let us find our own way to revere Babasaheb and to take forward his movement. Let us live our lives by unleashing our full potential in every field we can. We owe it to Babasaheb. Babasaheb Ambedkar once said, "The battle to me is a matter of joy. The battle is in the fullest sense spiritual. There is nothing material or social in it. For ours is a battle not for wealth or power. It is a battle for freedom. It is the battle of reclamation of human personality. In Baba Sahib's words, self-respect and self-help movement has nothing to lose but everything to gain. Together we can, with the motto of one for all and all for one. So let's be aware, be safe, and be there for one another and society at large. Together is the best place to be. Together, let us scale new heights. Together, let's write the history of the Ambedkar age. Thank you. Jai Bhim, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, Sakshi, for that enlightened speech. It was indeed very knowledgeable, and then I'm so proud that the next generation is so knowledgeable, and you have done your research as well, and have no doubt that the Ambedkarite or Ambedkar caravan is in a good hand. So with that, we go into our first organizational update from Sandeep Chauhanji, and he will provide an update on Jai Bhim Atlanta. So Sandeep ji, if you are ready.
Hey, Jai Bhim, sorry, you're able to hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hey, Jai Bhim to one and all. Jai Bhim Atlanta family consists of 60 plus members, including kids. We have most of the adult members who are working in IT world, but there are people who have set up their own, medical clinic here. There are people who have, set up. There is one person at least who have set up, who has set up her own IT company. And then there are people who are doing their PhD in Georgia Tech. There are people who are, graduates and undergraduates here doing their graduation and undergraduation. So that we have all sort of people, and there are, our family is growing day by day. Pre-COVID days, all members of Jai Bhim Atlanta family used to meet at least once every month, either in someone's house or in local Buddha Vihara. We also started a knowledge sharing sessions where people used to share their knowledge. And one of the key events of the knowledge sharing session is the group discussion on a book. So we used to choose a book every month and discuss that book in that meeting. Apart from that, we participate in various activities, like if there is some atrocity or some other event which is there, we kind of raise our voice, we go together and then participate with like-minded groups in terms of various, protests, whether it is for banning CA and RCR, whether it is for, Bhima Koregaon victims, support of Bhima Koregaon victims or other activities. So that is also we take part of it. And usually we do it in front of Martin Luther King Jr. Memorial here, which is there in Atlanta. We work very closely with organizations like AANA, AANA, Boston Study Group, and other like-minded human rights groups on various activities, either for the Ambedkarite movement or for various other support activities back in India. We participate in various annual, Atlanta annual events like the Independence Day or the Freedom, Mela, which happens here in Atlanta with other groups, with other Indian groups regularly. Every year we do celebrate, Mahatma Phule and Baba Sahib Jayanti celebration without fail. And in some years we have celebrated these events even in the Indian consulate. We have two people who were in the Indian consulate who were Ambedkarites earlier. Of course, they have been transferred now, but they were there. So we, regularly on a daily basis, we keep ourselves updated on various activities happening in North America and also in India. And then all of us together contribute at all levels we can to support the groups and activities which are happening around North America. Thank you all.
Thank you, Sandeep ji. Now we go into the next update from Bhante Revta Dhamma. But before that, I would like to introduce Bhante Revta. He became a monk at the age of 15. He is a spiritual advisor to the Rainforest Foundation in the US. And he teaches meditation and Buddhism at the Chautauqua Institution in New York. He is the co-editor of Human Dignity Practices, Discourses, and Transformation. His work, research, and teachings beside meditation and Dhamma primarily focuses on contemporary Buddhism, Pali Buddhism, and religious minorities. His essays and reviews have appeared in Harvard Divinity Bulletin, Journal of Contemporary Buddhism, Buddhist Study Reviews, Fair Observer, Journal of Religions and Popular Cultures, and Journal of Religion and Culture, among other publications. With that, I would hand it over to Bhante Revta. Bhante Revta, if you are ready, you have the floor.
Okay, can you hear? Excuse me. Okay. Put the mic. Okay, the video. There you go. Okay. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Joy being to everyone. Namo Buddhaya. Good evening from the US, from the Washington, D.C. I'm at the moment at the Ambedkar International Center. I'm sure all of you know where it is, the location-wise, and the history of IOC. Thank you for inviting me. Today, I will, yes, very briefly, I've been driving actually for 8 to 9 hours, so a little bit tired. I don't know whether I have much energy or no for tonight, but nonetheless, I would like to share something that I've been thinking actually lately a lot with you. With that, I'm going to begin with the two quotes. The one quote, I don't know who is this one. Usually we have a friends of, the group circle. We pick up some beautiful quote and then we share among ourselves for daily contemplation, for daily reflections, also for daily meditation. I thought it would be also very helpful for you also. So one of the quotes that we share today is, the most uncomfortable situation in life hold the greatest potential growth. I will repeat. The most uncomfortable situation in life hold the greatest potential growth. The first quote. And the second one is, silence is essential. We need silence. Just as much as we need air, just as much as plant needs light. If our minds are crowded with words and thoughts, there is no space for us. I will repeat. Silence is essential. We need silence just as much as we need air, just as much as plants need light. If our words or if our mind are crowded with words and thoughts, there is no space for us. So these are the two quotes that we share within our spiritual, the monks group actually for daily meditation. And with that, so I'm trying to connect this citation, this quotation between Ambedkar and the Buddha and Buddhism and the inner resources, what I, excuse me, within limited time. I don't think so I can cover all details very briefly. But let me begin with the story of how I came to know about Baba Ambedkar. As my background, as probably some of you know, especially in North America, I'm from Bangladesh, especially Marma minority group of people from Bangladesh. So I can feel it, the pain of the Dalit community, the pain of Ambedkar people in India, as I myself, the minority people in Bangladesh, as I was a victim of the political suppression, persecution of religious minorities in Bangladesh. So as today, as we celebrate Ambedkar Jayanti, for me, when I think of Baba Saheb, I think Ambedkar is the living embodiment of the past. Ambedkar is a living embodiment of the Buddha and the Bodhisattvas. He is also the living institution, as said by an earlier one of the speakers. Ambedkar will always be with us. He is in our feeling, in our prayer, and in our thoughts. He is never gone from us. So when I came to know about Ambedkar was 1998, when I was in India, in Chennai. I was flying from Chennai to Colombo, Sri Lanka for my monastic training, for my from early Buddhist training also there. And one of the professor, I think he was teaching at, I don't have it in, I lost somehow in touch with him for almost like 10 years now. He was teaching, I think, in one of the universities in Chennai, probably University of Madras maybe, in economic department there. And he invited me for a wedding, one of his friends' wedding actually. So we went with few monks. There were other 2 Thai monks also to give the blessing, newly wedded the couples there. And at the end of the marriage ceremony, so he gave me 2 books. I think it was the Buddha and the Dharma also. So when I read the little bit, the biography of Ambedkar, I felt kind of magnetic. Somehow I got so connected with him. So even though I have no idea about him, so but I was so beautifully connected with him. And since then, I was largely influenced by the Buddha and his Dhamma, the book that Ambedkar wrote actually. That was probably the first English ever book that I have ever read about Buddhism. Now, we always look for some kind of external resources for our success, for our happiness, for our joy, contentment, or anything that we want to be look for outside than inside. We all know that, probably not all, most of us know that, especially people, students of Buddhism who has been engaged in Buddhism for so long time, is that the Buddha, probably the first person who emphasized to look for our inner resources, even though neuroscience or psychologists today in the West are some kind of very beautifully invented or kind of invented a term called inner resources. But if I look at, study more deeply and closely Buddhism, especially the Pali text that I've spent almost like 20 years, is that the inner resources that modern psychologists use actually for self-growth, self-development, inner peace, and so on and so forth, all those resources are actually in Buddhism. The Buddha was the promoter of the inner resources, such as the creativity, intelligence, confidence, patience, wisdom, mindfulness, all the good ingredients that modern psychologists promote, or the meditation teachers, secular meditation teachers in the West, are already within the Buddhism actually. So people have different skill, talents, or interests too. We all are, different people. We have different capabilities, dealing with different situations. Nonetheless, we all also have different psychological strength or inner resources. Here, inner resources, I mean the inner strength. And so let me brief, because we have less time. I believe there are a lot of people are speaking. Also, one of the very well-known Buddhist neuroscience, actually, his name is Rick Hansen, and in his book, he has a couple of books. One of the books he talks about, I don't remember the name of the books. I think it was the Buddha's brain, the practical neuroscience of happiness, love, or wisdom, something. I could be wrong, but nonetheless, he outlined 8 to 12 the words that has connected to the deep connection to the inner strength, inner resources, such as learning, mindfulness, love, resilience, contentment, integrity, self-worth, courage, social intelligence, motivation, wisdom, and peace. For him, these are the inner resources, Obviously, each scholar, each researcher, each psychologist, they have their own explanation, they have their own list of inner resources. And another person, for her, I forgot her name actually, for her, relaxation, openness, generosity, self-worth, vitality, resilience, patience, self-compassion. So these are the inner resources for the modern psychologists in the West. Now coming back to the Buddhism actually, and Buddhism has whole list of these inner resources, beginning with I think Bhante Ananda probably the most well versed in Buddhism, the way senior than me, have more knowledge. So correct me if I'm mistaken here. That the Buddhipakya Dhamma, the enlightenment qualities of the Buddha, especially the 7 enlightenment factors of the Buddha, has this beautiful actually. There are at least 37 factors of enlightenment that at least for me I consider as the inner resources in Buddhism. Those are the 4 establishment of mindfulness, like Chattaro Satipatthana in Pali. Those the meditation that we practice, the mindfulness or vipassana, the meditation we do. Those are the 4 foundations of mindfulness. Next one is the 4 right effort, 4 right exertion. And another set of 4 is 4 bases of mental power, such as the chanda, virya, chitta, and vimamsa. In the English translation is will or desire, chanda, and effort, consciousness, and skill of analysis. Those are all inner resources. Especially, the list goes on. The 7 factors of enlightenment is the more important. It has a very good, deep connection to Buddhism and inner resources, such as mindfulness and the Dhamma Vichaya, or the investigation of the Dharma. By investigation Dharma, we mean during the meditation, we sometimes examine, sometimes we explore what is happening in our mind, inside and outside, why I'm happening, why I'm so sad, why I'm so angry, the cause, condition, and so on and so forth. Once we analyze in a peaceful manner, there is a solution to this to overcome the weaknesses and also the resolve the conflict. And virya, effort, piti, joy, passaddhi, tranquility, concentration, and upekkha. Those are the 7 factors of enlightenment for me. These are the inner resources for me. And also the Panchabala is also very important. Teachings of the Buddha has a strong connection to the inner resources. Those are saddha. Saddha is very, very important in our life. Regardless of any situation, good or bad, or any challenges, when we have saddha, the strong conviction, a strong faith or belief, everything will fall apart. I'm sure many of you sitting here, either as a speakers or as a listener, and you are all successful. You have achieved in many ways in your own on the professional space, because you all had a saddha, all the faith that you will achieve something, and then you work really hard. Eventually you are here, and most of them are actually in North America. And also the effort, obviously we have to try. Without trying we won't be here. And mindfulness, concentration, and wisdom, those are also inner resources. I don't know how much I have at time, so I'm going to conclude with including the bodhicitta, the awakened mind. Also, it's also our inner resources, meaning that there is an analogy in teachings of the Buddha. I always try to remember each morning. That is, when you look at the grass, what do you see? Or let's say when you, obviously in India, you have a cricket ground. When you see the cricket ground, what do you see on the cricket ground? You see the green grass. Okay, so when you put on the top of the green grass will eventually die. If you put the rock or brick, it will, because of temperature low and high, it will eventually become a gray, and then eventually will die out. But once you remove the rock, then the greenness will pop up. The green will come out again.
Yeah, please go ahead, Bhante.
Oh, sorry. So yeah, so once the So that's how our chitta, that's how our mind is, meaning that regardless of any situation, we have to keep patience, we have to have hope, we need to keep our inner child and inner goodness inside our mind. Do not let the inner goodness subject to something big thing. So do not use our energy to worry. Do not use our energy something to agitate. Do not use our energy to angry. Use our energy to believe, to create, to trust, and grow and heal. With that, I'm going to conclude with this note. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bhante, for enlightening us and connecting the various strings between the inner resources, Buddhism, Baba Sahib, and also cricket, and then how we can correlate everything together. And it was a discovery moment for me because I met somebody from Bangladesh who is a Buddhist as well. So thank you one more time. So with that, we will move to the organizational update. So Sanjay Kumarji, he is the president of AIC, and today he will be talking about the organizational activity and the future plans. So Sanjay ji, I will stop sharing, and I know you have presentation as well.
Yes. Thank you, Kamlesh ji. I'm so glad, everyone, I can see that 105 over 185 people are there. And okay, so let me start with, on behalf of Ambedkar International Center, I would like to congratulate each of you on eve of Baba Sahib and Jyotirao Phule's birth anniversary. Jyotirao Phule was in April 11th, I think. So Baba, I don't think Baba Sahib is just a human. He was like an ideology. Everyone knows that. So 130 years ago, an ideology was born to bring human rights, justice, equality, and later went to other part of world. That came here in United States along with Martin Luther, Dr. Martin Luther. Later it went as Nelson Mandela, right? So it spreaded all over the world. Baba Sahib ideology was not just staying in India. So it was ideology that went throughout the world. In today's world, when I see the things, really it's becoming very painful. I don't want to go more in politics, but it hurts. Okay, so in today's world, it's really very relevant to bring East and West world together with a slogan. What I'm thinking is a slogan we should start with: Jai Bhim, Jai King. King is like Martin Luther. So AIC is spreading Baba Sahib teaching in along with the other Ambedkarite organizations like AANA, and there are so many other organizations. Boston Study Circle, and there are so many. We are working together jointly to bring Baba Sahib teachings in this land. So I want to start my presentation. I think I should be able to share my screen now. Okay, screen number. Can you see that? I think yes. Can you see my screen?
Almost. Yes.
Yes. Okay. So that the picture I came up with today. Baba Sahib giving his speech and Martin Luther giving his speech on almost same cause. So that's why I gave it the name Jai Bhim, Jai King. That's a slogan. So I would like to give an update on what we are doing it from AIC point of view. So basically, AIC is the path to imperialism in the US. That's what that's what we are doing it. So recently, we did an amicus briefing against caste discrimination at workplace. So we are helping legal system so that they can recognize caste discrimination at workplace. So recently you might have heard about the Cisco case. So that's what we are putting. We had put a lot of effort on that one. And then we have another initiative that's Author Lab. And we have a book reading series. We started book reading series where we do Baba Sahib different books and we read it and we analyze it in a group. So we have started a wisdom talk series. Then we are also doing a book translation in different languages. We took initiative on that one too. And we are going to launch a worldwide workplace caste discrimination reporting tool. So it will be embedded with our website, and pretty soon it's going to be launched. So I will urge every single of you, please spread this message. If anyone has faces any kind of discrimination in the past, they should go ahead and report it. We'll use this data to analyze it and to move forward with the legal, to support the legal system. We are not going to use your name, but you're going to analyze the whole thing. And definitely the most important project is memorial project. So that's what we are going to do that. So this is the land. You all know that, most of the people know that in Washington, DC, we bought more than 13 acre near Washington, DC in Maryland. So this is the picture of that property. We bought it. That's a beautiful property surrounded by the forest. I'm going to show that. This is one of the event picture. I love this picture, you know, and so that's why I kept it here. So this is the land. So I just wanted to give a glimpse of this land, how this land looks like. So this is 13.1 acre land, and this is the premises of this, you know, this land. Okay, so you see that, and this is a beautiful stream, you know, water stream over here, and this is the entire forest. This is forest line. Okay, so we came up with and this is just a concept how our you know, our memorial will look like. So in different phases, definitely it cannot be done in phases. It's a huge work. So the green one is this is what we have taken in as a phase 1. So where we're gonna build Baba Sahib statue over here, beautiful statue, and this one is a meditation center. That's going to be our meditation center, or we are calling it a center of knowledge. So it's 1,000 square feet space where we can do meditate. We can meet and share Ambedkar. You know, we can talk about Ambedkar, Baba Sahib ideologies. And this green area you see is going to be Nalanda Library guest house so people can stay over here, and beautifully structured. That is basically a memorial. Okay, but right now our focus is in next 2 years to build the statue and center of knowledge, which is 10,000 square feet. Then it will go and School of Buddhism and that in one part, and then we will have an auditorium, big auditorium, and then the School of, you know, Ambedkar thoughts. That gonna be. So this is the area, green area you see. That's gonna be our plan is pretty soon, and we know that we cannot do it all alone. So definitely everyone has to come together. So this is like a meditation center. What we are looking for, Baba Sahib statue. This is just a conceptual design, and this is a conceptual design created by one of our member, Anam. She came up with this memorial. So this is going to be first ever Dr. Ambedkar Memorial in USA. And I know that we cannot do it all alone. We all, regardless where you live, but we will come together and make this dream come true. So that was my presentation. Thank you so much. Jai Bhim.
Thank you, Sanjay ji, for that presentation and the updates. So now we have Salman Sheikh. He is from a co-partner organization. Host or co-host, can you mute the people who are not? Okay, thank you. So now we have Salman Sheikh, who is from our co-partner organization, IAMC, which is the Indian American Muslim Council, which is a non-profit organization to promote human rights, pluralism, equality, justice, tolerance, and respect in the Indian society as well as Indian diaspora. A key objective is to safeguard the secular ethos of our Indian Constitution, which was authored by our beloved Baba Sahib Ambedkar. And also further, his efforts are a society without discrimination. Mr. Salman Sheikh would like to wish everyone on this occasion. So Salman ji, if you are ready.
Yes, please. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Jai Bhim. Assalamu alaikum to everybody. As you mentioned, I am an Indian American Ambedkarite Muslim. And I really want to thank you for giving me the honor of speaking at this birth anniversary of Dr. Baba Sahib Ambedkar, whose very name brings us a sense of justice, equality, and fraternity. I would like all of us to join in the continued struggle for justice and human equality as enshrined in the Indian Constitution, which is indeed a great gift of Dr. Baba Sahib Ambedkar to all of us. We need to continue working on his dream of annihilation of caste and a society with no discrimination based on caste or religion, where every individual is respected based on their efforts, based on their talents, based on their strengths, not based on where they were born. We need to build a brotherhood with equality and justice. My own maternal great-granduncles, Maulana Muhammad Ali and Maulana Shaukat Ali of the Indian independence struggle, were compatriots of Dr. Baba Sahib Ambedkar and supported his cause for rights for the underprivileged. The Holy Quran proclaims that all human beings are from one Adam and Eve. Thus, we are all brothers and sisters. There is no, superior or inferior. And Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, clearly emphasized that there is no superiority or inferiority based on race or color or language. Instead, yes, there can be superiority based on character, based on good behavior, based on service to everybody, based on God consciousness. So today, as we come together to celebrate Dr. Baba Sahib Ambedkar's legacy, and today, by the way, also happens to be the start of the holy month of Ramadan, where we focus on fasting and empathy with the poor, prayer for all humanity. We practice self-control, God consciousness, and looking out for each other. Let us today resolve to strive for the justice and peace for all. Let us ask ourselves, if Dr. Baba Sahib Ambedkar were present in our midst today, what would he be doing? What would he be striving for? Would he be a silent spectator, or would he support the rights of the oppressed, whether the oppressed are on the basis of caste or religion or gender or profession? So let us not only celebrate the birthday of Dr. Baba Sahib Ambedkar by talking, but also commit to join the struggle for justice. I really like the presentation given by our youngster, Sakshi Chavan. I mean, she really embodied these thoughts that today is the time not to sit back. Today is the time to commit to join the struggle for justice and peace, and let Dr. Ambedkar Sahab's name unite all the forces against oppression, unite all the forces against unjust violence. So once again, my dear brothers and sisters, Jai Bhim, Jai Bharat, Jai Samvidhan. May God Almighty bless us all. Amen. Thank you very, very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you, Salman ji. So because you touched upon the caste system, I would like to also read out a quote from Dr. Baba Sahib, that nothing can emancipate the outcast except the destruction of the caste system. So with that, thank you once again, and then happy Ramadan to you. And then dua mein yaad rakhiye humko bhi.
Yeah.
So with that, we move into our next speaker, Mr. Ratnadeep Kamble. He is actually entrepreneur and chairman of BEACI, which is Buddhist Entrepreneurs Organization or Association of Commerce and Industry. He himself is an entrepreneur, but he also is working hard to build a new breed of Ambedkarite entrepreneurs by mentoring, training, providing them logistic support. But unfortunately, because of this COVID situation which is happening in India, he has also tested positive and he's taking rest. He will not be able to join us, but our wishes are with him. But I wanted to still read out that he was our speaker, or he was our guest for tonight. So with that, we move on with our program. So from here on, because we now go into our second hour of the program, we will have another host from ABAT, Mr. Vasant Parmar. He will take us forward into the next hour. So I will stop sharing, and then Vasanji, if you are ready, you can take control.
Thank you, Kamlesh. Thank you very much. Jai Bhim, Namo Buddhaya, everyone. Such a lovely event, you know. I'm really delighted to be here. I'm not saying good morning, good night, good evening, good afternoon, because we have presence from every corner of the world. Every corner, trust me. We have such a big audience. You know? I'll take everything. Yeah. So wherever you are, I wish you all a happy Ambedkar Jayanti to all of you. Again, Kamlesh, I don't think that rules that we showed twice is applicable. Such a lovely participation, such a respectful participation. I think that can come only from two Ambedkarites. So thank you everyone for being such a wonderful audience. I really feel honored to be among all of you. So to take the program forward, I would go with AIC updates. So I'll hand it over to AIC for the further updates. Mr. Mahesh Gurugunti, are you here?
Yes, I am here.
Sorry, not the AIC. It's my bad. Mr. Gurugunti is going to play a flute on Buddha Vandana. He is from AIC. Thank you.
Thank you. Jai Bhim, Namo Buddhaya. Are you able to hear me?
We can. Thank you.
Okay. Let me adjust my... Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks to you, Mapu School. Wonderful. Thank you very much for coming and playing for all of us. All right. So moving ahead, we have Mrs. Pratibha Kamble. Mrs. Pratibha is going to share us the AIM USA updates about the organization activities and all the future plans. So Mrs. Pratibha, over to you.
Thank you, JP. On behalf of Ambedkar International Mission, I would like to wish everyone on the occasion of 138th Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Jayanti. I'm excited to be a part of this conglomeration of Ambedkarite organizations from US on this auspicious day. Once again, showcasing the strength and unity of Ambedkarites in US. As we all know, AIM has a rich heritage of promoting Ambedkarism worldwide and commitment to pay back to society, the foundation of which was laid some 30 years ago by our founder president, late Raju Kamble sir. AIM continues this noble legacy with its undivided focus on making inroads into academicians, researchers, and scholars, accompanied by free distributions of Dr. Ambedkar's volumes and literature. We are particularly delighted to share with you all that the AIM Center project in Houston is now underway, with a separate entity placed in now of specifically take over the execution of this project. As we all know, this project was initiated by Kamble sir himself, and it was his cherished trait. But unfortunately, it suffered a setback due to untimely demise of Kamble sir. But owing to the sheer passion and commitment of the Houston team and AIM board, and his exemplary spirit of cooperation and brotherhood, all the legal and technical roadblocks have been cleared for taking this project to the next level. We also take this opportunity to solicit your participation and contribution to the cherished project so that we can have another Ambedkar Center for our fellow Ambedkarites in Texas and southern states. AIM continues to engage with activists and academicians in its pursuit of justice for downtrodden. We are partners with Paul B. Walker's group for forging a global brotherhood of similarly oppressed communities like the Kimbola from Brazil, Dalits from India, Roma from Europe, Burokomin from Japan, and Somali from Africa. This DWD, discrimination based on work and descent, project has already secured engagement with the UN, where the strategy is to present the DWD issues as a global one impacting the above-mentioned communities. Our legacy of literacy awards, free book distribution, helping out the needy back home, assist students for higher studies, and last but not the least, our focus on mentoring and shaping our next generation continues unabated. Our initiative towards community building and engagement with local communities to form Sunrise to achieve shared goals. We remain a welcoming and helping hand to our society here, particularly in the tri-state areas. Before I conclude, I would like to invite you all to AIM's online Jayanti celebration on the 17th of April from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. In the guest speaker, we have Professor David Mandal joining us from University of California. Currently, he's in Taiwan. We also have Dr. Alka Doke and Mr. Ramesh Haralkar joining us from India. Honorable Aya Toma will give us Dhamma discourse. We also have other activities like stand-up comedy, fusion songs, and lots of kids activities. We look forward to seeing you all online. With that, I would like to congratulate ABAT for this wonderful event and also thank them for this opportunity to share our thoughts. Jai Bhim.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mrs. Pratibha Kamble, and really appreciate all the great work is being done by the organization. Moving ahead with the program, I would like to call upon Mr. Sujit Shende, an active member of AIM. Mr. Sujit is going to perform a song for all of us. Mr. Sujit, over to you.
Thank you. Jai Bhim all. राजेशाही सुटबुटात रोजच राही त्याच्या रूपात राजेशाही सुटबुटात रोजच राही जगात गाजा वाजा याच्या जगात गाजा वाजा भीमराव एकच राजा जगात गाजा वाजा भीमराव एकच राजा ज्याची वाघाची होती रे चाल जाती कणकार निर्भीड ढाल ज्याची वाघाची होती रे चाल जाती कणकार निर्भीड ढाल तलवार केली त्यांनी हातातला पेन एकटाच लढला छाती ठोकून तलवार केली त्यांनी हातातला पेन एकटाच लढला छाती ठोकून माझ्या पोळी मुख्या आवाजा जगात गाजा वाजा भीमराव एकच राजा जगात गाजा वाजा भीमराव एकच राजा
हा हेमंत तू पाठव ना. अच्छा मॅगझिन शेअर करायचं म्हणतो का? आपल्या कॉमन
पाण्याला लावली आग
एक मिनिट
जातीवाद्यांची भाग जेव्हा पाण्याला लावली आग क्रांतीच्या उठलंय रान तुफान बडव्यांची झुकली अमान क्रांतीचं उठलंय रान तुफान तुफानाचं बडव्यांची झुकली अमान काल्या रामाच्या काव्य दरवाजा जगात गाजा वाजा भीमराव एकच राजा जगात गाजा वाजा भीमराव एकच राजा बुद्धिवंताचा झाला आवाज बुद्ध धम्माचा चढला आज बुद्धिवंताचा झाला आवाज बुद्ध धम्माचा चढला आज आदर्श जगण्याचे झाले हे जीवन उत्कर्ष जीवन जे दिले असे देणं आदर्श जगण्याचे झाले हे जीवन उत्कर्ष जीवन जे दिले असे देणं बुद्ध धम्माचा राजा जगात गाजा वाजा भीमराव एकच राजा जगात गाजा वाजा भीमराव एकच राजा
Wonderful. Wonderful.
Thank you.
It's wonderful. Thank you. Thank you very much, Sujit Chinde sir. It was fantastic and so much energetic. I'm sure many people over here are thumping their legs with your performance. Thank you very much. All right. Moving with the next guest, we have Mr. Hemant Chavan. He is the president of BSC, Boston Study Group. I would like to call upon Mr. Hemant Chavan to share with the organization updates.
Jai Bhim, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. Jai Bhim, everyone. I'm Hemant. I'm from the Boston Study Group. And from the Boston Study Group, we wish you a very happy birth anniversary of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar and Mahatma Jyotirao Phule. Let me give a quick background. I'm going to cover the organizational update from the Boston Study Group. Then we have a very exciting news about we are launching our first ever digital magazine called as The Awakened, that me and Swaroop will walk through you, that we are launching on our website on the occasion of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar's Jayanti. And the next we will cover the cultural program from the BSc. So as part of the Boston Study Group, I will give a quick background of what Boston Study Group is and who we are. The Boston Study Group is a non-profit Ambedkar organization based in the New England area. We organize the study groups, the lecture series, and the other social activities in the Boston area to create the educational and the organization infrastructure to carry forward our mission. Our membership is comprised of the individual, families, students, scholars, academics, and workers who share our vision of equality and upliftment of people. We are inspired by those who work for the human welfare, from Buddha, Sant Ravidas to Savitri Mai, Jyotiba Phule to Periyar and Dr. Ambedkar. In the last year, BSG is working on the multiple forums, the most important being the providing the financial support to the organization in India that are working at the grassroots level for underprivileged people who are impressed with the COVID-19. I have few slides to share if you don't mind. So as part of the COVID-19, we supported, we run a virtual fundraising within our BSG membership, and we provided the financial supports to the almost 6 organizations in India who are working at the grassroots level. And another BSG also provided like 30 smartphones to the underprivileged students as part of the Each One Reach One campaign in Telangana district to help the underprivileged students to continue with their online education. Other part of the activities, like as AIC team covered that, they filed the MSK's Brave. So BSG also endorsed and partnered with the AIC team for the Cisco case. Recently, last Saturday, BSG partnered with the South Asian Youth Initiative, which is a student organization all over the US University. This is the virtual conference held by the Yale University, and BSG partnered with the SCI team to have panel on a tech discrimination that happened last Saturday. BSG also partnership with the ISDR International on the current advocacy and the litigation program to recognize and include the implement caste-based discrimination in the current US legal system. As part of the different activities, we work with the different universities around the area to create the caste awareness workshop. Recently, we did a caste awareness workshop for SAPNA, which is like a South Asian student group in the Columbia University in the Barnard College, as well as we did a workshop on the migration of the caste at the Brandeis University recently. Also, we have partnered with the SADA, the South Asian American Digital Archive. We are working, BSG team is conducting an oral history project on Ambedkar community in USA and their anti-caste movement as part of the SADA fellowship. And we have the next is
स्टडी ग्रुपचा ऑन कर.
next we have the next we are it gives me the utmost honor and pleasure to announce the launch of the Awakened, a digital Ambedkarite magazine being published by the Boston Study Group. With the pride of an Ambedkarite, I, on behalf of the Boston Study Group, want to share the inaugural first edition with you all. The Awakened is a magazine. I will just share my screen. So we recently we launched the Awakened magazine on the Boston Study Group website. I hope you guys can see my screen.
Yes,
so this is
we can see it, yeah.
You can see it, right? So the Awakened, it is a magazine that provides a platform for all Ambedkarites in the diaspora to share their stories, thoughts, views, and talents to enhance the Ambedkarite movement. We intend to publish the magazine twice a year, in the spring and in the fall. We are looking forward to literally contribution for our future issues from Ambedkarite across the globe, including our young Ambedkarites. So we are very excited for this magazine. We started to work on this past 2 months, and we got a lot of entries from all over the Ambedkarites globally, from the US, Canada, and Dubai, and especially from the young Ambedkarites. And there is a lot of behind the scene BSG team was working tirelessly. I know Swaroop was leading this team. I will let Swaroop take over and walk through the BSG magazine. We will take few minutes. We just wanted to present the BSG magazine to all our Ambedkarites today. Swaroop, you want to?
Yeah, thank you, Hemant. You can go next. This is our cover page. So we have a list of our index. You can see we covered almost like all the aspects as much we can in a very short period. This is our spring 2021 edition. We try to make it like success as possible. We are hoping like everyone will like it. So good, you can go next.
Still loading. Okay. Oh. Sanjay sir, you want to share?
Yeah, I can
Probably
share.
my internet.
Yeah, I can share. So let me share.
Sanjay sir, you want to share your screen?
Yeah. Sorry, I was talking on the mute. Yeah, I'm going to share.
Probably my internet is not.
Okay.
Yeah, it's internet problem.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Yeah,
Yes.
we can see that screen, yes.
Yeah, you can maximize it.
Yeah.
Yes, there we go.
Yeah, thank you, Sanjay. Yeah.
Okay.
So this is just our journey article from our founding president, Sanjay Bhagat, who is now navigating you through the magazine. Next. You can go next. Can go next. So from here, our articles are started. It has couple of currently it's 4 or 5 articles we have. You can go next. You can go next. and we have some art from our Ambedkarite community, and this is the poem section where we are considering poem from in any language, but we also ask them to give the English translation. So we got poems in Hindi and also its English translation. You can go next. Yeah, you can go next.
You want to
So
talk about
after
young
poem,
Ambedkarites? Sure.
yeah, after poems we have young Ambedkarite section for kids, which can have like any form of their talent, like poems, painting.
Oh, sorry.
You can go next. And some games for them, word search. And last section is our wisdom block. And after that, we have added as this is the 130th launch on our 130th birth anniversary of Baba Sahib, we have the information added. You can click on the images and it will take you to the drive, which will show you where all the events are happening. We just give the hyperlink here, so you don't have to type everything. You can click on the first image and it will take you to the PDF file, which is very clear to see. Next, and this is almost the end.
Great.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Swarup. Hemant, do we have anything more from you or should we continue?
Yeah, that's it. Miss, do you want to read the cultural program?
So let me thank to both of you first. Thank you, Hemant. Thank you, Swarup. And thanks to the entire Boston study group and the team for putting in the efforts and coming up with such a nice concept. Definitely, we will go through those contents and we will be eagerly waiting for each and every new additions that you guys are coming out from. Having said that, I'm sure you all are looking at to the chat where lots of appreciations and lots of comments are coming up. Since the audience is on mute right now, we cannot hear a lot of cheers, but I'm sure they are cheering wherever they are. So thank you. Yep, thank you. Thank you very much. So the next one we are taking up is a performance from Ritu Chavan from the Boston Study Group. Let me start sharing. It's a recorded session and I'm sure you all will enjoy it. Lovely, excellent. It was really a very nice performance. Really appreciate for all the efforts that she has put in to come up with this performance. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. So all the people who have joined recently, Jai Bhim, Namo Buddhaya, wish you again happy Ambedkar Jai. Next event. So I'm going to call upon Dr.Indu, Dr.Indu Choudhary. She is a professor in BHU. So Dr. Indu, over to you.
Jai Bhim, Namo Buddhaya to you all. And I'm very much honored today to be here before you all. And we are celebrating 130th birth anniversary of Baba Sahib Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. So I wish you all good wishes on this occasion. And I was listening to so many people here today. और मुझे बहुत अच्छा लग रहा था आप सबको देख करके कि ऑल ओवर द वर्ल्ड ये बाबा साहब का जयंती इस तरीके से मनाया जा रहा है। जो बोधिसत्व जो वर्ड है जी, एनलाइटेंड वन, तो अभी हमें एनालाइज करने की जरूरत है कि क्या हम बाबा साहब के उस डॉक्ट्रिन पे, उस प्रिंसिपल पे जो बार बार हर कोई बोल रहा है, क्या हम उस पे उसको फॉलो अप कर पा रहे हैं, क्या उस पे चल पा रहे हैं। बाबा साहब को केवल हमने एक सीमित दायरे में देखा, एक इमेज में कैद कर दिया। ज्यादातर लोग चाहे वो SC ST के हो, OBC के हो, माइनॉरिटीज के हो, अपर कास्ट तो बोलते हैं जनरल कैटेगरी के लोग की, बाबा साहब दलितों के मसीहा, वी हैव लिमिटेड हिज स्फीयर। बाबा साहब के स्फीयर को हमने कैद कर दिया है, एकदम एक इमेज में बांध दिया है। लेकिन बिसाइड्स बीइंग द मेसाइया ऑफ द डाउनट्रोडन पीपल, बाबा साहब ने इस पूरे भारतवर्ष को निर्माण करने में जो सबसे महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाई है, उसको हम महत्व को कम कर देते हैं अगर हम उनका दायरा दलितों के मसीहा के रूप में देखते हैं। मेरी जैसी महिला अगर बनारस हिंदू यूनिवर्सिटी जैसी यूनिवर्सिटी में अगर बनारस प्रोफेसर बन पाई तो इट इज ओनली बिकॉज ऑफ बाबा साहेब। तो अगर ओवरऑल देखा जाए तो किसी एक विशेष कम्युनिटी की औरत के लिए नहीं बाबा साहब ने काम किया, सभी समाज की औरतों के लिए बाबा साहब ने काम किया, लेकिन एक दायरे में बांधना बाबा साहब की इमेज को ठीक नहीं है। तो हमारा जो प्रयास है, हमारा जो काम है वो बेसिकली हम बाबा साहब के जो शिक्षित हो, संघर्ष करो, संगठित रहो, कि बाबा साहब की हम जो बातें हैं जो लोगों तक नहीं पहुंच पाती हैं, तो एक शिक्षित महिला होने के नाते, एक शिक्षित समाज की जागरूक नागरिक होने के नाते जो बाबा साहब की प्रीचिंग से, जो बाबा साहब की बातें हैं, हम उसको गांव-गांव में लोगों तक पहुंचाते हैं। शनिवार इतवार में शाम के टाइम हम संडे को पूरा दिन हम लोगों के बीच में गांव में जाकर के जो बाबा साहब के विचारों को केवल बाबा साहब की मूर्ति तक कैद कर दिया कि बस एक इमेज बनी हुई है, ऐसे एक हाथ ऊपर किया हुआ है, एक किताब हाथ में लिया हुआ है, हम उससे उनको आगे बढ़ाते हैं कि केवल मूवमेंट मिशन, केवल बाबा साहब केवल संविधान नहीं बनाए, केवल बाबा साहब शोषितों के मुक्तिदाता नहीं है, बाबा साहब ने एक बहुत बड़ी धम्म क्रांति भी की है। हम उस धम्म क्रांति की तरफ फोकस करते हैं कि बाबा साहब का जो रेवोल्यूशन है कि आप धम्म को आगे बढ़ाइए, वो धम्म को आगे बढ़ाना जो रिलीजियस मूवमेंट के रूप में हम देखते हैं कि उन्होंने किसी बाहरी धर्म को नहीं उन्होंने जो है अपनाया, वो भारत में जन्मा धर्म था। किसी और धर्म के बारे में हम इतना दावे से नहीं कह सकते जितना तथागत गौतम बुद्ध का दिया हुआ धम्म जो है उसके बारे में कह सकते हैं। बाबा साहब ने स्वयं को सिद्ध कर दिया कि ही वाज अ वेरी ardent follower of nationalism. He was a symbol of nationalism, real nationalism. If we find in the works of, in the preachings of, in the teachings of, in the works of Baba Sahib, वो हमें बाबा साहब में दिखता है। और बाबा साहब ने भगवान बुद्ध की शिक्षाओं को किया कि बाबा साहब से बड़ा कोई भी नेशनलिस्ट पैदा नहीं हुआ है, चाहे रिजर्व बैंक की स्थापना हो, चाहे डैम्स की स्थापना हो, चाहे हिंदू कोड बिल बना हो, चाहे भारत का संविधान बनाना हो, हर एक जगह पे बाबा साहब ने अपना टैलेंट तो दिखाया, लेकिन अपने जीवन के अंतिम समय में बाबा साहब ने 14 अक्टूबर 1956 को बौद्ध धर्म अपना करके जो क्रांति की, उस क्रांति को हम लोगों तक पहुंचा रहे हैं, जन जन तक पहुंचा रहे हैं. एंड फॉर द लास्ट 5 years we have been continuously working amongst the village people, the common people all over the India, but we have focused our work especially to eastern part of the Uttar Pradesh, and we have created a movement there because women are now as a revolution, they are taking the preachings of Baba Sahib as a revolution, and they have not only established Baba Sahib in their houses, but also they are they have included, or they have inculcated Baba Sahib's teaching in their heart. And now in rituals, various rituals, whether it is the marriage ceremony or the naming ceremony or the Grih Pravesh, the entering into the house ceremony, they are inculcating the preachings of Tathagat Buddha. तो केवल भारत का संविधान जो बाबा साहब ने बुद्ध की प्रीचिंग्स पे स्थापित किया, उसका जो रियल इम्प्लीमेंटेशन है, वी आर वर्किंग ऑन दैट. और आज बाबा साहब की जयंती पर मेरे हिसाब से हम सब लोगों को, जितने भी अपने आप को ट्रू अम्बेडकराइट बोलते हैं, तो हमको ये फोकस करना चाहिए कि बाबा साहब की प्रीचिंग्स को हम केवल सेमिनार, कॉन्फ्रेंसेस और केवल भाषण देने तक सीमित ना रखें. उनकी प्रीचिंग्स को जन जन तक हमें पहुंचाना है, और उसके लिए आपको एकदम एक डाई हार्ड एक आपको एफर्ट करने की जरूरत है. क्योंकि वी हैव आई एम एंड माय हस्बैंड वी हैव बीन मैरिड. इट हैज बीन 10 years since we had married. We have been married, and still we have vowed that we won't be having a family of our own, and we won't be having any house or bank balance, anything. Whatever we are earning, we are totally investing into the society. That is, we are fully dedicated to the society, और हम उसको इस तरीके से काम कर रहे हैं. भारत को अगर भारत बनाना है, बहुजनों का भारत बनाना है, जो बाबा साहब तथागत बुद्ध की शिक्षा को लेकर के आए, बहुजन हिताय बहुजन सुखाय, जो तथागत बुद्ध की शिक्षा थी, उस शिक्षा का अगर हमें भारत बनाना है, तो कम से कम जो बहुजन भारत है, जो बहुजन लोग हैं, यानी कि जो 85% पॉपुलेशन है, जो कि SC, ST, OBC और माइनॉरिटी को लेकर के बनती है, उन तक बाबा साहब को पहुंचाना बहुत जरूरी है. क्योंकि जो बाबा साहब की जो डर था, जो बाबा साहब का एक यू कैन से जो उनका एक जो मेंटालिटी थी, या एक उनका एक भय था, उनकी एक प्ली थी. इट वाज अ पैशनेट प्ली टू द कॉमन पीपल. he delivered his maiden speech in the Constituent Assembly on December 16, 1946. I just read it out. He spoke thus that, "Now, sir, I have got not the slightest doubt in my mind that as to the future of the future evolution, economic structure of this great country. I know today that we are divided politically, socially, and economically. We are a group of warring camps, and I may go even to the extent of confessing that I am probably one of the leaders of such camp. But sir, with all this, I am given time and circumstances, nothing in the world will prevent this country from becoming one. With all our caste and creeds, I have not the slightest hesitation that we shall in some form be a united people." So he made a plea to the common people that हम बन सकते हैं, लेकिन हमें जो शिक्षा है उस पे सही तरीके से काम करने की जरूरत है. तो आज बाबा साहब की जयंती पर बाबा साहब केवल एक व्यक्ति नहीं थे, बाबा साहब एक विचारधारा थे, जिस विचारधारा को हर साल क्या हर एक क्षण रोके जाने की, तोड़े जाने की, खत्म किए जाने की कोशिश की जा रही है. चाहे वो बाबा साहब की मूर्ति के माध्यम से हो, कभी उनकी उंगली तोड़ी जाती है, कभी उनका चश्मा तोड़ा जाता है, कभी मूर्ति तोड़ी जाती है, या फिर बाबा साहब के द्वारा दिया हुआ संविधान हो. जैसे कि संविधान में इतने सारे इन लोगों ने संशोधन किए हैं, बाबा साहब के जाने के बाद जो संविधान लिख नहीं पाए, जिनके अंदर इतनी योग्यता नहीं थी कि भारत के संविधान को लिख पाते, वो संविधान को संशोधित करके अपनी योग्यता सिद्ध करने की जो कोशिश कर रहे हैं, तो बाबा साहब एक व्यक्ति नहीं है, एक विचारधारा है, और इस विचारधारा को स्थापित करने के लिए we have to work from the grassroots level, and I take my responsibility. हम केवल अपनी responsibility लेते हैं. We do not force anyone. Yes, we have prepared so many people to work like us, and we are working among the common masses, among common people, to establish that ideology, ideology of Baba Sahib, the ideology of Tathagat Buddha, because until and unless we follow in words, we cannot we cannot call ourselves a true Ambedkarite. So I wish you all good wishes on this the 130th birth anniversary of Baba Sahib, and I thank you all, especially I was listening when I joined. I was listening Sakshi Chauhan, and she was a student, and very arduously she was speaking, and I was very much impressed by that small girl. And this is what we want in our people, in students, in our children, that they should learn from the very beginning. We should not image ko hame we should not confine the image of Baba Sahib only within the periphery of writing the constitution, or Dalito ka Masiha or Nari ke Muktidata. The revolution of Baba Sahib was the major part of revolution, we can say, that was of religion, that is the religious movement that he inculcated, or that he started with imbibing this, embracing Buddhism. So we have to, we also have to follow the path of Baba Sahib if we want to call ourselves real or true Ambedkarite. So thank you very much. Because I was told that I was given only 10 minutes, so that way I am just within limited words. I am ending my my speech, and also we cannot deny to honor such an emancipator, erudite, and learned icon himself. He was himself an institution, and he was a promoter of peace through Buddhist teaching throughout the world to make a living heaven. So best wishes to you all. Thank you all. Jai Bhim, Namo Buddhaya, Jai Samvidhan, Jai Bharat.
Thank you very much, Dr. Indu. And with your limited words, you gave all of us unlimited courage, unlimited inspiration. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Many thanks for your devotion towards the society. And you rightly said, like being an Ambedkarite, it's not about just, putting a picture of an Ambedkar. We need to be fearless. We need to be coming out and putting our thoughts as is, and follow the path that has been shown by Dr. Ambedkar. Thank you very much for your speech. Wish you a good day ahead. Moving ahead with the program, I would like to call upon Hemant Chavan for a presentation from the BSG, Boston Study Group. Hemant, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Vasanji. You can hear me, right?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, thank you. We have from the BSG team, we are presenting.
Very action-oriented, motivational is.
Hemant,
you are on mute.
Yeah, you are on mute, Hemant.
Oh, sorry, we are presenting the Boston Study Group, presenting a group dance dedicated to Dr. Baba Sahib Ambedkar's life. In this song, the Dr. Ambedkar fought for breaking the bonds of caste-based slavery, which was in the society for 5,000 years, to bring human dignity to everyone. Hope you guys will enjoy it. I will play this song.
जय भीम की गूंज गुंजाता चल, भीम स्मृति में गाता चल। जय भीम की गूंज गुंजाता चल, भीम स्मृति में गाता चल। भीम स्मृति में श्रद्धा सुमन, भीम स्मृति में श्रद्धा सुमन, स्नेह के हाथ चढ़ाता चल। भीम स्मृति में गाता चल। की गूंज गुंजाता चल, भीम स्मृति में गाता चल, जय भीम की गूंज गुंजाता चल, भीम स्मृति में गाता चल। आंसू भरे नैनों से आदरांजलि चढ़ाता चल, अंतर्मुख हो पुण्य स्मृति में होता चल, कुछ पाता चल। भीम जीवनी भीम की गाथा, भीम जीवनी भीम की गाथा, पढ़ता चल पढ़ाता चल, स्मृति में गाता चल। जय भीम की गूंज गुंजाता चल, भीम स्मृति में गाता चल, जय भीम की गूंज गुंजाता चल, भीम स्मृति में गाता चल। सामाजिक समाज की जात पात की क्रांति का छोड़ निकाला भीम ने भांटा, बिगुल बजा कर क्रांति का। सामाजिक समाज की जात पात की क्रांति का छोड़ निकाला भीम ने भांटा, बिगुल बजा कर क्रांति का। 5000 साल में क्रांति, 5000 साल में क्रांति, भीम की है दोहराता चल, भीम स्मृति में गाता चल। जय भीम की गूंज गुंजाता चल, भीम स्मृति में गाता चल, जय भीम की गूंज गुंजाता चल, भीम स्मृति में गाता चल, भीम की गूंज गुंजाता चल, भीम स्मृति में गाता चल।
Thank you very much, Jai Bhim.
Thank you, Hemant. That was incredible. Such a nice performance. Thank you. Thanks to you and the entire BLC group. Thank you very much. Moving forward with our event, I would like to call upon Dr. Chinnaiya. Just a brief introduction. Dr. Chinnaiya is an associate professor in the Department of History. He holds MA in History from University of Hyderabad and MPhil in Modern Indian History from JNU and a PhD from School of Orientation and African Studies, University of London. He was awarded with the Felix Fellowship as well. So a great person amongst us. We would like to hear from you. Over to you, Dr. Chinnaiya.
Thank you. Can you hear me, all of you?
We can hear you.
Thank you. And thank you for the invitation. And particularly, I'm very happy to join you all. And it's more than, speaking, I wanted to meet you all. That's one of the reasons why I accepted this. And the Jai Bhim to you all, especially brothers and sisters and across the world. And I'm so happy and very honored to be part of these celebrations. And I remember as children, from childhood onwards, we are celebrating. But this is a very different occasion because we moved out of the country and so much is changing. So in this context, I think, at one level, we are as diaspora Dalits across the world have emerged as a very important voice in the global context. At other level, we also are experiencing assault at different facets, particularly both in India and also outside the country. So in this context, I think, I'm really, happy and also very heartened to see that, so much is happening across the world by Dalits. And Ambedkarite groups, and this is something very important to note. And so instead of giving any sort of message, I wanted to reflect on 3-4 things, particularly on the basis of because there are fascinating lectures already about Ambedkar and his ideas, everything, and so we all can read and talk anytime again. But today there are 3-4 things I wanted to point out. One is that in
1942, Ambedkar was invited to come and speak at Montreal, Mont-Tremblay, on the future of Dalits in India, and where basically the conference was about imperialism, racism, and anti-Semitism, in which basically one of the important things he talked about is that how caste can become a world problem, and that's what the reason why we are, I think, now in a world in which caste is an important problem, just in India but also across the world. So in this context, I am very, very impressed with the presentations done by all of you, some of you, and I am very happy to note that Washington Center and the kind of initiative you are all taking, it's really needed, and that's something we need to have a platform like that to have in United States capital city. But along with that, one of the things as I'm part of a lot of other groups and also important things I came across, like many people noted to me, is that having someone as a full-time lobbyist in Washington DC, particularly at the Capitol Hill, and that's something most of the groups, like for example, Indian Muslim Association and other groups, they are doing full-time work there, and especially educating senators of Muslims in India. And I think we need someone to be there at the Capitol. I think this is the right forum where people from across North America is here. And I think all organizations should come together and think about it, particularly having someone to represent the Dalit cause and also educate American Congress and White House, particularly about the Dalit human rights situation in India. I think I really want you all to take note of it. The second thing I want to talk, I think someone already talked about it, particularly in the context of Washington Center. I think we need to urgently do a caste survey in North America, both particularly in Canada and also in America, because one of the important things about advocacy is that we need to have evidence. And that's why the recent Cisco case is a very important beginning, precisely because it documented and provided evidence for all of us in terms of advocacy. And that's one of the reasons I think, as a group, there are many of have a meeting and talk about having a formal survey of caste discrimination, and also at least we should have the numbers. How many Dalits are there in North America? Because it's all about numbers in lobbying. And I think that's something I really want you all to think about it. And, I was thinking, since most of you work in different organizations, particularly IT industries and various workplaces, one of the things I want you all to make an advocacy in your own workplaces to recognize caste discrimination as in par with EDI, equity in your organizations. That way, what happens is that, if we build when we really want that to be a national level recognition both by the American Congress and also Canadian Parliament, it becomes very easy to advocate. So in this context, I really want these 3-4 things I think we all should keep in mind, and along with these celebrations, and we really need to have some sort of organized effort in terms of putting together a collective voice and making a difference. And American presidential office or Canadian Prime Minister office to make some sort of noise. In India, government is not going to listen to us, and especially the way things are going, and future looks very bleak for our brothers and sisters in India. And I think these are the 4 things I wanted to bring to your attention. And I think I'll be happy whatever the way I can be part of this efforts and do my best to contribute to this. Thank you so much, and Jai Bhim to you all. Happy Ambedkar Jayanti. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Chinnaya, and thank you that we have lots of Ambedkarites here. They will carry forward all those points. Thank you very much. You have a good day.
Thank you.
We have Bhaiya Sundawale. Bhaiya Sundawale is going to give us organization updates, the Ambedkarite Mission of Canada, Toronto.
Jai Bhim and Namo Buddha, everyone. So I'm not giving the update on the mission. Ambedkar mission update will be given by our Secretary Ajit Liar, but I am speaking on one of the two issues, and this is related to. Before we start, let me pay tribute to Bharat Ratna Mahamanav Bodhisattva Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar on his 130th birth anniversary. And happy Babasaheb Jayanti to all members, distinguished guest speakers, and Honorable Minister Dr.Nitin Raut. Today, history has been created in British Columbia, Canada, by naming 14th April as Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Equality Day. Thanks to all organizers and members of Chetana organization and our own Mr. Anand Bali and the government of British Columbia for their revolutionary initiative and recognition. Following the thoughts of Dr.Indu Choudhary, liberating Babasaheb from that name Dalit to Ambedkarite, it is a common practice on our community or organization to call ourselves as Dalit. But after reading the news of British Columbia and seeing the logo of today's organizing group, calling them as Ambedkarite Buddhist Association of Texas, that is ABAT, I started connecting the dots between equality and ABAT logo. And I was surprised about ABAT's mission, global thinking, and a principle of equality by grouping our people into two groups or two categories. They are, number one is the Ambedkarite, and second is the Buddhist. Hence, ABAT categorize our people either as Ambedkarites or Buddhists or both. And if you think rationally, this approach and the term Ambedkarite may provide an alternative to eliminate the bothersome terminology calling ourselves as Dalits. I am not a constitutional expert, but I searched the term Dalit on Google and found the information which I am reading verbatim for you, which states, what is the constitutional term for Dalits? Scheduled caste is the official term for Dalits in the opinion of India's National Commission for Scheduled Caste, that is NCSC, who took legal advice that indicated modern legislation does not refer to Dalit, and that therefore it says it is unconstitutional for official document to do so. There is another article. What is the another name for Dalits? That is untouchables, also called Dalit. Officially, scheduled castes, formally Harijan, is a traditional Indian society, the former name for any member of a wide range of low-caste Hindu, that is low-caste Hindu groups, and any person outside the caste system. There is a third article. What is the literal meaning of Dalit? Dalit literally means tempered, trodden or crushed upon or oppressed. The term first was used by Mahatma Jyotiba Phule, a social reformer that is in Maharashtra, to describe the oppressed condition of the untouchables. So Dalit is not a group. It is describing the oppressed condition of the untouchables. And that's why I think sometimes we misguided by the Mahatma Jyotiba Phule used the term Dalit. And when we talk about the equality, and now the 14th April as the B.R. Ambedkar Equality Day, then calling ourselves as Dalit is not only insulting to ourselves, but rejecting the efforts and the concept of equality. To me, the term Ambedkarite appears suitable, can be represented people globally who follow the vision and mission of Babasaheb, who is a symbol of wisdom, self-respect, dignity, and equality. Through immense trouble and tremendous efforts, Babasaheb acquired multidisciplinary and highest quality of global education, remained dignified by his living to give vision, aspiration, and self-respect to our people, ability by way of constitutional provisions. I salute Babasaheb on his birth anniversary, and thanks to ABAT being visionary and continue celebrating Babasaheb Jayanti, which is more appropriate in this current global pandemic situation. Once again, happy Babasaheb Jayanti to all. Jai Bhim and Namo Buddhaya. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Sandhavani. You have a good day. Thank you for coming over. All right, moving next, we have Vaishali's son, Richa. She is 15-year-old. Sachin, he is 13-year-old. They are from Ambedkar Mission, Canada, Toronto. Over to you.
My name is Richa Dufare. I'm from Toronto, Canada. And today on this auspicious, I will be reciting a poem that I've written by myself in dedication to Baba Sahib. The name of this poem is called The Sun That Never Sets. The everlasting impact of ripples in the water not only lasts a second, but continues on to grandsons and granddaughters. The birth of a prodigy going into a rarity has started this touch in the water, which gives him the title of his pure scholarity, as his reaction generates ripples over ripples. Baba Sahib heard the voices of the silent, and so began his tree of defiance. He became the ray of hope for many. Obstacles drove him here and there, but no obstacle would cause him despair. The task of constructing the Indian Constitution ignited his fuel to start a revolution. 22 hours a day was normal, for he had dedicated his life to education. Ensuring equality for generations was eternal. Baba Sahib was the cause of ripples for the nation. Intricately detailing the Constitution of India was no simple task in compliance. How Baba Sahib stood amidst the roaring society. The Buddha and his Dhamma, annihilation of caste, women empowerment, have all been past topics of abandonment. It is Baba Sahib's legacy to help those who have fallen. Just as the sun shines each day, life flourishes in its presence to make way. Baba Sahib is the sun in our life, who has given us a second chance of redemption at life. Clouds may cast their shadows, but we must sharpen ourselves and become the knife, to pierce through the darkness to foreclose and never forget the sun who gave us life. Thank you.
Excellent, Richa. That was really very. Those ripples are not now limited to India. Those ripples have came everywhere in the world, and that's what we have in this event. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot, Richa. Do we have Sachin Dupare?
Hello, everyone.
Go on, Sachin.
Jai Bhim and Namo Buddhaya. I am Sachin Dufare, and I'm from Toronto, Canada. April is a very important month to all Indians, as two great social reformers and influencers were born, one being a teacher and the other being a student. If you guessed Mahatma Jyotiba Phule and Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, then you are correct. Most of you will be talking about the student, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, as it is his 130th birth anniversary, but I will be talking about his teacher, Mahatma Jyotiba Phule, whose birth anniversary was on April 11th. From April 11th, 1827 to November 28th, 1890, lived a man who brought admirable and revolutionary change across India. His name was Mahatma Jyotiba Phule. Jyotiba was a social activist who pursued his main interests of reconstructing the caste system, untouchability, and women's rights. When Jyotiba was in his youth, he was participating in a Brahmin wedding but was kicked out. Reason being was because of his caste. This event exposed him to multiple social injustices in society. He strived to bring change, and he successfully had done so. One of his major achievements was building not one, but 4 schools for women. This was a radical historic event, as Jyotiba Phule was the first man to build schools for women in India. It doesn't stop here, as he proficiently advanced as a social activist and aimed to stop more social injustices. At one point in his life, he advocated for the British government to make schools mandatory for all children in India. All of his doings had led to a change in society, making him one of India's biggest social reformers. In life, a good teacher is needed to guide you and motivate you to success. A teacher like Jyotiba Phule inspired Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar to carry on his legacy. Moving forward, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar implemented Jyotiba's ideas of social injustice, such as women's rights, farmer rights, and educational rights, into the Constitution. 1948 was the year that Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar finished the draft of the Constitution. Many of his ideologies were reflected off his teacher, Jyotiba Phule's goals and perspectives. On this auspicious occasion of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar's birth anniversary, I would like to appeal to all the kids to understand the struggles and the hardships of our leaders who gave us this privileged life. We must not take it for granted. We must work hard, keep our morals high, and achieve well-paid jobs so that we can pay back to our society. I even request the parents to educate your child about the history of our great leaders to understand that their hardships are the reason we are here today. Thank you.
Thank you. That was really very well written. Thank you, and keep on writing. You have a good day. All right, moving next. But before that, I would like to make an announcement to all the honorable guests on this event. Since we are running a little late, I would request all of you to stick to the time limit that has been given to each speaker. I would really appreciate to keep the program on the track from the timing and to not make anybody else wait. Thank you. So having said that, I would like to call upon Mr. Chatak Dakne. He's the founder member of AANA, and he's going to give us the update about the organization's activities and all the future plans. Over to you, Mr. Chatak.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, good. So, Jai Bhim, this is Chatak Dakne from Detroit, Michigan, representing Ambedkar Association of North America. I wish you all a very happy Dr. Ambedkar and Mahatma Phule Jayanti. I feel immense joy to celebrate the event of 130th birth anniversary of our savior, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, with you all. I will speak about AANA and its work. AANA is formed in 2008, is a registered non-profit charitable organization founded on the principle of Dr. Ambedkar and teaching of Buddha. The objective of AANA is to propagate Dr. Ambedkar's thought, uplift underprivileged communities through education and socio-economic development, create social and cultural awareness among South Asian communities in North America. I will talk briefly about the various programs AANA does. As we know, education is the finest tool in the hand of the marginalized people to fight the systemic oppression. And thus, education support is one of the primary programs of AANA. AANA spent over $100,000 in various education projects since its form. In 2020 alone, AANA spent over $25,000 in education support. We carried various programs in the last 13 years, such as computer lab, laptop donation, career guidance, study circle, books donation to library, direct support to students or to the non-profit education institute. I will move on to the other program, online Vihara, which AANA is doing from last 10 years. Dr. Ambedkar converted to Buddhism and showed us a path to liberation. Understanding the need of Ambedkarite Buddhist community, AANA initiated an online Vihara, a web-based platform where community can come together for Dhamma chanting and Dhamma discourse. I request you all to join online Vihara every Sunday morning with family. AANA also does a various payback to society program, like supporting society in natural calamities like flood or pandemic in case of 2020. Last year was very difficult for marginalized people. AANA was able to reach over 50 organizations in 17 different states in India to provide medicine, PPE kit, food, or financial help. In total, AANA donated over 27,000 for the COVID help to the various organizations in India and in US. I thank all the donor members and the volunteers of various Ambedkarite group for the COVID relief activities. Currently, AANA is running the membership drive through the AANA website, aanausa.org. I urge you all to join, become a member, volunteer, or join the executive board and be a part of the mission. At last, I will say, Dr. Ambedkar envisioned a society of equality and made annihilation of caste his mission. Even though we have a various organizations, various groups, but we need to stay united to make Dr. Ambedkar's mission a reality. I thank ABAT team again for bringing global Ambedkarites together on one platform to celebrate. Thank you. Jai Bhim. Happy Jayanti.
Thank you very much. And all the activities that are being carried over by AANA, we really appreciate all those efforts. And I'm sure that we'll continue to excel more and more. Thank you very much. You have a good day.
Thank you.
Moving next, we have a video performance by Anisa Khanderao. She's 7-year-old, just a first grade kid. I hope you all will enjoy it. Let me start sharing. Wow. Such a cute video, such a cute video. She's so adorable. Thanks to her as well as the parents for encouraging. Thank you very much. Before we move forward, I would like to check upon Dr.R.S.Praveen Kumar, if we have.
No, I think he has left, Parmarji.
Okay, okay.
He has some other meeting, so he sent me the message and he said that he has to leave.
Okay, okay. All right, continuing with the program, we have a video by Mahesh Vasnik, part of the AANA cultural activity. I'm going to play it and I'll share it.
We wish you a happy Dr. Ambedkar Jayanti.
We wish you a happy Mahatma Phule Jayanti.
Be safe, be happy, and wish you a very happy Jayanti.
वासनिक परिवार की तरफ से सबको महात्मा ज्योतिबा फुले और डॉक्टर अम्बेडकर जयंती की शुभकामनाएं. Thank you.
All right. The next, I would like to call upon Mr. M. Dasan, Professor, HOD, and Dean. He's gonna talk about the annihilation of social barricades and organize. Dr. Dasan, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. 1 minute. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are loud and clear.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Devi Namo Buddhaya. I consider it an honor to be invited to talk on this very significant day, 130th anniversary of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar. Let me begin with a small quote. The problem of 20th century is the problem of color line, wrote W.E.B. Du Bois in 1903. It's still the problem, despite the long and historic struggle led by American leaders like Martin Luther King Jr. And Martin Luther King has experienced discrimination as a Black American. Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar also had experienced discrimination on many grounds. Both of them denied basic human rights because of their color and of eradicating discrimination, especially discrimination based on color and caste. Their efforts and achievements have not ended, unfortunately, discrimination in the US or in India. African Americans, Asian Americans, including Indians, Native Americans are still being discriminated in the US. We have seen how George Floyd has been brutally murdered. Yesterday, I read in the newspapers that Dr. Wright, another African-American youngster, had been killed in Minneapolis. United Nations Declaration of Human Rights speaks of human family and states that it is the duty of every nation to enforce and defend any individual who feels his rights are violated. United Nations Constitution, especially the 5th and 14th Amendment, explicitly prohibits states from violating an individual's rights of due process and equal protection. Despite these guarantees, discrimination prevails and goes on increasing. All of us know that discrimination is harmful and perpetuates inequality. We are all human beings who are born free and equal in dignity and rights, and therefore with the same opportunities. We all have the right to be treated equally, regardless of our race, color, ethnicity, nationality, class, caste, religion, belief, gender, and so on. United Nations declarations and the constitutional provisions of the US and India ensures liberty, freedom, equality to all individuals, regardless of their color, race, gender, etc. Yet, we hear heartbreaking stories of people who suffer cruelty simply for belonging to a different group from those in positions of power and privilege. Discriminations occur when a person is unable to enjoy his or her human rights or other legal rights on equal basis with others because of an unjustified distinction made in policy, law, or treatment. We live in a world in which direct, indirect, intersectional discrimination exists. All kinds of discriminations lead to inequality of opportunity. It's an act of abuse and injustice. It violates the right to equality. Besides African Americans, Native Americans, Asian Americans, are the largest group, of course, in the South Asian Americans. We do suffer growing up in the US. How can we overcome the barriers of race and caste to forge an alliance for peace and justice? Greed, ignorance that lead us all back in the quest for a better world. The issues, problems of contemporary world are more complicated and dangerous than the times in which Martin Luther King and Baba Sahib lived. More and more Black people are being brutally murdered, humiliated, imprisoned in the US. Asian Americans, South Asian Americans are being denied equal opportunities, discriminated in employment. We have seen how they are fighting for the Cisco case and discrimination in employment. In India, Dalits, especially women and children, are being molested and raped and murdered. I know that in the US, many associations, including trying to address the issue of discriminations at different levels. In fact, you are continuing the legacy of struggles of our great leaders, Martin Luther King and Baba Sahib Ambedkar, and confronting the issues of injustice and inequality. The writings, speeches, and actions of Dr. Baba Sahib Ambedkar has attracted the attention of the people in various parts of the world, and his influence extends beyond India. And more people who are subjected to discrimination have embraced his philosophy. As he himself has clarified, I got the ideal of liberty, equality, and fraternity, but from my guru, the greatest teacher, Lord Buddha. This day, April 14, Baba Sahib's birthday, we acknowledge the great contributions he has made to India and to the oppressed people in different parts of the world. It reminds us of the imperative to fight against injustice and inequality wherever it exists, in the name of human decency and dignity, as well as the struggle for survival itself. We, especially the younger generation, those who are born in America to Asian American parents, have the obligation to study Ambedkar, especially his commandments: educate, agitate, and organize. Quite often, many of us repeat the slogan, educate, agitate, and organize. But do we really understand these commands? I'm afraid I may not have time to expatiate upon this. Many of you, I'm sure, may know more about it than me. But we know that Ambedkar gave these commandments in order to forge a mass movement to bring about social change. Being a Buddhist, he gave these commandments based on Buddhist philosophy. He studied all religions, even the many yanas of Buddhism, like Hinayana, Mahayana, Vajrayana, etc. As a pragmatic, he adapted the core principles of Buddha's essential philosophy to fight discrimination of all forms, especially caste-based discrimination. He called this way, this Marga Navayana. Let us dedicate ourselves to follow his commandments, educate, agitate, and organize, and to end discriminations of all kinds. By education, Baba Sahib meant does not mean acquiring educational qualifications or degrees. Mere accumulation of knowledge, he said, will lead to pedantry. Education should enable men and women to become a rational animal. Agitation does not mean physical agitation, it's mental. It is with an agitated mind, with strong conviction, devoid of fear, clear about the goals, that we can lead the struggle for liberty, equality, and fraternity. Organization, how to organize? Baba Sahib Ambedkar has made it very clear. He has in mind Buddhist Sangha, the Arya Sangha. Individuals who are trained and learned in Buddhist principles and observe the Sila, who practice Buddhist precepts, especially Maitri, who have transformed themselves as qualified persons to work for the welfare of the society. Ambedkar explains what is Dhamma, what is not Dhamma, and what is Sadhamma in his book, Buddha and his Dhamma. Dhamma is Sadhamma when it teaches that mere learning is not enough. What is needed is prajna, and mere prajna is not enough. It must be accompanied by sila, he said. Besides prajna and sila, what is necessary is karuna, and more than karuna, what is necessary is maitri. So Dhamma, to be Sadhamma, must pull down all social barriers, barriers between man and man. And ABAT, I'm sure, is determined to practice Sadhana. All of us know that this is not an easy task. We need to engage ourselves in forging alliance with other like-minded groups. I'm sure you're doing that. Buddhist and Ambedkarist organizations in the US, and develop a networking with Ambedkarist Buddhist association in various parts of the world in order to strengthen our fight against discrimination. Thus develop Maitri, which Ambedkar has given great focus on. I am optimistic that such a united movement and consistent effort following Buddhist and Ambedkarist philosophy will definitely bring about change in the world. I'm sure you are aware of International Network of Engaged Buddhism. I am a humble member of our South Indian chapter. I wish your endeavors all support, and thank you for inviting me to talk on this momentous occasion. Jai Bhim and Namo Buddhaya.
Thank you, Mr. Dasan. I'm speechless. Every single word was so precious. Thank you very much, and thanks for enlightening all of us. Moving next with the event, we have a young talent from India, Miss Kavita. She is going to do a poem for all of us. So over to you, Miss Kavita.
Am I audible?
Okay, hear you.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. First of all, thank you for inviting me here, and a very happy Baba Saheb Ambedkar Jayanti to all of you. And without wasting further time, I'm going to present my self-written poetry. सामाजिक संघर्षों का जब भी जिक्र होता है, सामाजिक संघर्षों का जब भी जिक्र होता है, सर्वप्रथम मुझे याद आते हैं अम्बेडकर, जिन्हें उनके अपने ही देश के जातिवादी लोगों ने उनकी जाति के कारण तिरस्कृत किया। कुर्बानी की परिभाषा अगर कोई मुझसे पूछे तो मेरे मुंह से सहसा निकलेगा अम्बेडकर का नाम। आर्थिक तंगी और समाज के शोषित वर्ग के हितों की रक्षा करते हुए उन्होंने कुर्बान किए थे अपने 4 बच्चे। नामुमकिन को नाम दे लेना होगा। जिस कौम को न कुओं से पानी पीने की इजाजत थी, ना ही था पढ़ने का अधिकार, जन्म से ही जिनको ढोना पड़ता था गुलामी का भार, उनको न सिर्फ पानी पीने का अधिकार दिया, वरन गुलामी की जंजीरों से बंधे हुए हाथों में थमा दी कलम व किताबें। और देना हो किसी को महिला सशक्तिकरण का सबसे बड़ा उदाहरण, तो भी मेरी स्मृति में सबसे पहले हैं अम्बेडकर, जिन्होंने बताया कि पत्नी से बेहतर कोई दोस्त नहीं, जिन्होंने महाग्रंथ संविधान में अंकित कर दिए शिक्षा, संपत्ति, समान वेतन, मातृत्व अवकाश समेत तमाम अधिकार। इस देश के मजदूर, गरीब, शोषित व हर वर्ग की स्त्री, चाहे माने या ना माने, इस देश के मजदूर, गरीब, शोषित व हर वर्ग की स्त्री, चाहे माने या ना माने, मगर वो ताउम्र ऋणी रहेंगे संविधान और उसके रचयिता बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर के। थैंक यू।
Thank you very much. It was a really nice poem. Thank you, Kavita. All right, so that was such a lovely event going on, but I have to leave and I'm giving over to Kamlesh. But before I leave, I would just like to say that today we remember the man who showed us the path of equality and who led us the destination of brotherhood. We all respectfully remember him today, not only today, but forever. So over to you, Kamlesh.
Thank you, Vasanji.
So let me read out the agenda for the final hour. So we will have some cultural activities, and then, as you all know, Praveen Kumar sir has left the meeting, so we will skip that, and then we will have our next speaker as Dilip Mandalji, followed by our final speaker of the day or in the evening, Dr.Nitin Raut. So with that, we will go with the organizational update. Gajaran Gaikwardji, he will be talking about the AIM Houston, Texas update. So Gajaranji, if you are ready.
Thanks, Kamble ji. Jai Bhim to all. Wish you very happy Ambedkar Jayanti to all. And I was listening, and there were some good speakers. From UT Austin, he shared like a great piece of history. Sakshi, Rucha, and Sachin, their speeches were mesmerizing. Dance added energy to the program. Flute performance was great. Bante Ravanta related his experience with the Indian caste struggle. Salman Sheikh talked about how important is to protect the constitution and how important to have a secular value be protected. I was also excited to see the Washington project and information about that. Boston groups, a magazine was amazing. I listened to the Dr.Indu Choudhary ji, and how she's working on the ground, and how much time she's investing in a society, and how important for us, those who are staying in the US, to make sure that these ground warriors to be we support this ground warrior. And even I don't know whether it was I heard that she's not going to have a child, and she's gonna put a amount of times into this uplifting the people, and how she's working on the ground. It was amazing to see her work. And Jangam sir talked about how we can create about a political lobby, and how important we to have a political lobby in US. And definitely we are going to have that political lobby. I see that how people, the kids, how they're talking, and they have a knowledge about this history. We are going to have a political lobby definitely in the US. I'm pretty much convinced today. Dr. Dasan's powerful speech, and he mentioned one thing, a discrimination was happening in India. Now this discrimination even moved into the US, and we are seeing that in a Cisco case. So it was so me, I'm working as a general secretary over here in Ambedkar International Mission. So as somebody already gave the information that we are building this center, one more center in Houston area, and that was a dream from the Kamble sir. He initiated this you want when we talked about building the center over here, we already brought the land. We cleared a lot of things, a lot of steps over there. We are planning to we already created bank accounts, and we are working on the other things. Hopefully this year we will have a a solid architecture plan. We also planning to do a groundbreaking. And why this project? So the reason I talked about when I was listening to the each and every person over here, that is exactly the goal. That was the every a dream Kamble sir talked about, that creating a political lobby, creating the library. When I was listening the Dasan sir, in the background, he had an amazing library. He had, I was able to see all the books from the Dr. Ambedkar, and I was able to see his lot things. So that is what we are trying to do, and that's the pretty much update here from the Houston side. And definitely when next year we join the Jayanti, I may have more updates for how a center is progressing things. And when we are building the center, definitely we are expecting help from the all around the world, and I'm expecting you to pass the a word, that we are doing, we are building this center over here. And the plan is to build 2 to 5 rooms, and have a library, we are planning to host the scholars around through from the from the India as well as from the Houston. We have the discussions, have the lectures, and a very important step which is that educate the next a non-resident Indian kids over here about our history. So thanks for giving me opportunity, and Jai Bhim, and once again a happy Ambedkar Jayanti to all.
Thank you, Gajananji, for the update. Now I would like to take everyone back to ABAT, and then we have our ABAT member, a young member. She would be singing the song for us. And in order to get the things synchronized, we have already pre-recorded her session. So enjoy the song.
झुकना नहीं इतिहास का नया शेर सा निकल सारे रंग बदलते खिला जोश नया झुकना नहीं इतिहास का नया शेर सा निकल सारे रंग बदलते खिला जोश नया साथ चलो साथ है बुद्ध की राहें चलो मंजिलें ढूंढने वाले साथ चलो साथ में बुद्ध की राहें चुटकी चलो मंजिलें ढूंढने वाले जय भीम क्रांति का नारा है जय भीम दुनिया में न्यारा है जय भीम सबका सहारा है जैसे भी प्यारा है जय भीम क्रांति का नारा है जय भीम दुनिया में न्यारा है जय भीम सबका सहारा है जैसे भी प्यारा है मातम सा बन के आदर्श दिखा दे जैसा दिखा दे मातम सा बन के आदर्श दिखा दे जैसा करके आदर्श दिखा दे जय क्रांति का नारा है जय हिंद दुनिया में न्यारा है जय हिंद का सहारा है जैसे भी प्यारा है जय हिंद क्रांति का नारा है जय हिंद दुनिया में न्यारा है जय हिंद का सहारा जैसे भी प्यारा है जय हिंद क्रांति का नारा है जय हिंद दुनिया में न्यारा है जय हिंद का सहारा है जैसे भी प्यारा है जय हिंद क्रांति का नारा है जय हिंद दुनिया में न्यारा है जय हिंद का सहारा है जैसे भी प्यारा है. Thank you.
Thank you, Kunjal. We are very proud of you. It was an amazing performance. So now we are shifting the schedule, and the reason here is we have our Honorable Energy Minister of Government of Maharashtra, Dr.Nitin Raut, with us. So we do not want to waste his time as well. So let me introduce him. He's working president of Indian National Congress Party Maharashtra and chairman of AICC, which is All India Congress Committee for the SC Department. In past, he has held many portfolios, among which the Cabinet Minister of Employment Guarantee and Water Conservation in the government of Maharashtra is one of them. And he held that position until 2014. In 2020, which was last year, he was also appointed as the Guardian Minister of the Nagpur district. His today's topic is the unfinished legacy of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar with respect to today's time. And before you speak, Raut sir, I would like to first congratulate you on the marriage of your son, Kunal Raut. Sir, you have the floor and you can take control.
Thank you, Kamlesh. Dear Sri Jagdish Bankarji, my friend Professor Scott, my friend Dilip Mandalji, Venerable Badant, Rakita Damma, Kamlesh Tanda Gaudiji, distinguished guests, brothers and sisters. Greetings of the day, my dear Ambedkarite friends. Today on 14th April 2021, as I present myself in front of you with the freedom of express myself, each of the words that I am about to utter will bow down to express my gratitude and pay my homage to Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar. Today's subject, legacy of unfulfilled dreams of Dr. Ambedkar, is like a charter of declarations which specify solutions for creating a just and equal society. It is a clear solution for the complicated and confused era in which we strive to live in. Since the last 12 months, we have been in a pandemic-driven era where living the warm embrace of our houses has become a fight that may lead to casualties, and the circumstances have become dire for the weaker sections of our society. During such times as the 14th of April approaches, I am more strongly reminded than ever of Dr. Ambedkar's vision of building the nation on the values of liberty, fraternity, and equality still remains unfulfilled. Dr. Ambedkar's commitment towards social justice and dignity for all, his outstanding legal acumen, accurate understanding of how power works, and his vision for an equitable society, his contributions towards betterment of the marginalized sections, along with every piece of his writing, makes for his legacy. A legacy which even after 73 years of independence is of complete relevance but not fulfilled. The exact nature and the context may have changed with the passage of time, but the core values of his legal and socio-political legacy remains relevant even in today's era. During fulfillment his duties as the chairman of the drafting committee of Indian Constitution, Dr. Ambedkar's outstanding legal acumen, understanding of different aspects of power and the politics that surrounded it, boiled down and expressed itself as his legal legacy that directed us, the modern Indians, towards social justice and dignity for all, which still remains unfulfilled. Dr. Ambedkar was devoted to social justice and dignity. The Indian Constitution does not only reflect its prime architect, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar's outstanding legal acumen, his strong grasp of the thought and approach of his countrymen as far as caste was concerned, and an unflinching vision for an equitable society is still not fulfilled. Friends, Dr. Ambedkar, who was devoted to justice rather than order and who was committed to dignity over stability, this aspect still remains to be fulfilled. Dr. Ambedkar argued for the creation of separate electorates as well as reservations for untouchables and other religious minorities. This is one of the most respectable legacy and needs to be relooked at. He criticized the caste system and spoke that without destroying the caste system with its graded embedded inequality, India cannot achieve true democracy. He called for the annihilation of caste, was the first to say India is not a nation. It's a nation in the making. While India is not a nation, he asks how people divided as thousands of castes could be called a nation. Caste is anti-national, which does not allow fraternity to emerge and does not allow sharing. This legacy is still not fulfilled. Since Dr. Ambedkar was a lifelong student, how he could forget to leave legacy to students? By studying 15-18 hours daily during his studies in Columbia University, London School of Economics and Political Science and Gray's in London, he presented himself as a role model to the students community across the globe. It appears that many students are not serious about this legacy, which is followed seriously can change their lives for the better. Friends, the first foremost legacy of Dr. Ambedkar to the downtrodden people was his awakening them out of centuries of their slumber and including them in the spirit of self-respect and human dignity. Through his awakening, Dr. Ambedkar educated and organized the depressed classes and convinced them to agitate for their rights, leading to Mahar Satyagraha. About his political legacy, he inculcated in them political consciousness, leading to establish two political parties, Independence Labour Party and Scheduled Caste Federation. In other words, he imbibed in the Himalayan ambitions to capture political power and be rulers of India on the basis of equality. The reservation of SCs and STs in the legislatures and in public service is most important legacy of Dr. Ambedkar for their economic and political empowerment. But recent government's policies to privilege many public undertakings have reduced significantly the number of jobs available to SCs and STs. This is against Dr. Ambedkar legacy and denial of justice to SCs and STs. Even the Supreme Court just now said that the anti-SC/ST law, which was taken up by Rajiv Gandhiji in his era. Last time we did the Bharat Bandh in whole of India. Now again, this BJP has started and the judiciary is helping them. So in the principle of liberty, equality and fraternity, Dr. Ambedkar actively campaigned against untouchability and led many movements for the right to access to public places and resources. Dr. Ambedkar was one of the most prominent voices supporting the empowerment of women. Still, this looks a distant dream in present times. Dr. Ambedkar believed that the government's primary duty was to guarantee and deliver those conditions that would actualize fullness of life for every citizen, regardless of their caste, gender, religion, or class. This unfulfilled agenda of Dr. Babasaheb will loom large on any government of the day and continue to remain unfulfilled. The above listed unfinished legacy of Babasaheb will continue to haunt. It is a challenge for Ambedkar to strive hard and push his unfulfilled agenda whenever and wherever we could in the best possible way. I am aware that it is not easy to achieve the same, but a constant pressure on government would pave a way in year to come, for which I am sure. First time Congress party gave the portfolio of Ministry of Power to me in Maharashtra. We might have knowing that Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar was the first energy minister of India. And in this occasion, today we are going to announce Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Jivan Prakash Yojana for SC/ST people. Also announcing Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Nyay Yojana as a guardian minister Nagpur. First time the Dalit people become a guardian minister of Nagpur also. Friends, I am very much thankful to the Ambedkar Buddhist Association of Texas for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts. Also, I am confident you people will do your best to promote and support the cause of unfinished legacy of Babasaheb. As a minister in the government of Maharashtra, I have built up one Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar International Convention Center like Parliament in Nagpur, and within 4-5 cabinet meetings, we are going to brought the cabinet resolution to build up Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar's Postgraduate Institute of Medical Sciences here in Nagpur, which is the super specialty institute. So I am very much thankful to you again. Thank you very much. Namo Buddhaya. Jai Bhim.
Thank you, Dr. Nitin Raut, sir. So it was our privilege to have you on today's program. And thank you for sharing the light on the unfinished legacy of Dr. Babasaheb. Plus, it's a good news about the new schemes which you have just declared to everyone. So I would like to also say a quote from Babasaheb that political democracy cannot last unless there lies out the base of its in the social democracy. So with that, sir, we would like to proceed with our program, and then we will, thank you. So we will go to our next item in the list, which is organizational update. So Mr. Selvaraj, he is the part of executive committee of Ambedkar King Study Circle. He is working full-time as a software consultant. Recent campaign, he was involved as Prop 6 and Prop 22. He played an important role in educating the American masses on caste and casteism, followed by the Cisco caste discrimination lawsuit. Today, he will be talking about the AKSC update. So, Selvaji, if you are ready.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Jai Bhim and happy Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Jayanti to you all. Ambedkar King Study Circle, known as AKSC, was started in October 2016. Our strategy is to educate, organize, and agitate, and challenge caste, class, race, gender, and religious oppressions and oppressors on ideological, political, and social fronts. We are educating through reading and debates. We are organizing conferences, education series, and protesting through peaceful demonstration to educate and sensitize the public on oppressions taking place in India and across the globe. We actively worked on Proposition 16, that is affirmative action in California. Among other things, we are currently working on our Cisco case and the initiative to add caste as a protected category in US. AKSC believes that the struggle and liberation of one oppressed group are inextricably coupled with the struggle and liberation of all oppressed groups. Class struggle is inextricably coupled with the fight against caste and race oppressions, and they are linked with gender and religious discrimination. Only by uniting these forces together and by launching the united struggle against all the oppressions, each oppressed group can be liberated. AKSC stands for such a united struggle, and our activities are oriented toward such united struggle. Self-dignity and self-worthiness are defined as what an individual feels about her or himself. Self-respect is defined as how an individual allows her or himself to be treated by others. People can cultivate a sense of self-dignity and self-worthiness only under the certain favorable material and social conditions, which is necessary to accept self-respect. Wealth as a material factor and caste as a social factor are great impediments for the majority to live self-dignified life where wealth is concentrated in fewer hands. Dalits and Adivasi share a very minuscule portion of the wealth and are subjected to untouchability, the most blatant form of caste discrimination, and are denied to develop any sense of self-dignity. Dr. Ambedkar writes, quote, "Most people believe that untouchability is a system. That is true, but it is a mistake to suppose that it is only a religious system. Untouchability is more than a religious system. It is also an economic system, which is than slavery. As an economic system, it permits exploitation without obligation. Untouchability is not only a system of unmitigated economic exploitation, but it is also a system of uncontrolled economic exploitation." Ambedkar King Study Circle perceives on the lines of Dr. Ambedkar, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., E.V.R. Periyar, and other social revolutionaries and reformers that caste and race are economical, social, political, and cultural problem, and hence they have to be tackled at all these planes by rightly aligning with the other oppressed sections of the society. Thank you, Jai Bhim.
Thank you, Selvaji. Now we move into, we are shuffling the schedule one more time. Sorry about that. So now we go into our speaker, number 6, or the speaker for the evening, Mr. Dilip Mandal. Very small intro in the interest of time. Mr. Dilip Mandal is an author and journalist at The Print. And as you know, in a very short time, The Print has made a mark on the web platform, and it is made its own way outside the Godi media, as we know. So, Mr. Dilip Mandal, you have the control.
Now, Buddha and Jai Bhim friends, at the onset, I would like to wish you a very happy Ambedkar Jayanti. As you have been listening to the deliberations since long, and especially lovely kids must be feeling tired and maybe getting ready to have their dinner, I am cutting the introduction part of my speech. Before I start, I'd like to thank the organizers, ABAT, AIC, AANA, Boston Study Group, AIM, AKSC, and all those who have put so much effort in stitching together such a nice program. Other learned speakers have already spoken many aspects in life and philosophy of Dr. Ambedkar. And as you know, if you make a big collage of life and achievement of Dr. Ambedkar, it will have many parts, and the parts will make the whole. So, as Professor Vivek Kumar, of Head of Sociology Department of JNU, rightly said, that if you want to understand Ambedkar, see him as a nation maker or nation builder. That is the complete Ambedkar for you. So I would like to deliberate upon only one aspect of his life, which hasn't been deliberated upon thoroughly. Rather, it hasn't been discussed much, at least in the arena of academia. And that domain is Baba Saheb Ambedkar's role as a journalist and editor. And I will also, in a nutshell, will try to say what this means to us at this time, at this juncture of history, and especially for the Ambedkarite diaspora. And my understanding is that if you want to be a powerful pressure group or caucus or lobbying for justice and democratic values, why we need to know about journalist Ambedkar, because that hasn't been discussed much. So, though there has been less literature on this topic in English, and but still, you will be happy to know that at least 2 PhDs has so far been awarded on this topic, Dr. Ambedkar and journalism. And as far as I can remember, one PhD was awarded to Dr. Gangadhar Pantawane in Aurangabad University, and second PhD was awarded to Professor Siraj Singh Bechen, who is now head of Hindi department at Delhi University. So these 2 PhDs are there on the aspect, on the topic of Dr. Ambedkar and journalism. There might have been more such works, but at least I don't know about any other PhDs. So much work has to be done, actually. And the reason for having less literature on this topic, especially in English and in academia, has more to do with the fact that Dr. Ambedkar's journalistic writing were mostly in Marathi. You know, actually, he was trying to talk to his people through his journalism. That was his project of journalism. And for other purposes, he was mostly using English language when he was deliberating upon the legal aspects, or when he was in consultation on discussion and discourse with the Britishers and with other parties. He was writing in mostly in English, but when he was talking to his own people, he used the Marathi language whenever he was talking to the depressed classes and the subaltern groups. And the problem is that both the volumes of his journalistic writings, Baba Saheb Yanchi Patrakarita, have not been translated in English yet, and or for that matter in Hindi and other Indian languages. That translation has yet to be done. And let's hope that there will be a day, and that day will not be very far, when people outside Marathi public sphere will also be able to read his journalistic writing. It's not in other public spheres, Hindi public sphere or English public sphere. You will not find those writings. Those volumes are not there. And it's good that you invited Honorable Minister Nitin Raut ji, and we can impress upon him to get this done. This is a big task, and only some big organization like government only can do. So, coming back to the topic, in journalism, while doing journalism, what was the project of Dr. Ambedkar? What he was trying to achieve? And I think he was not trying to be a media businessman, media mogul, or his project was not to become editor or whatever. He has bigger projects in his hand at that time. But actually, Dr. Ambedkar had written extensively on the inability of upper caste dominated mass media in addressing the concerns of oppressed communities. And I think that was his project, that he wanted to speak for those oppressed communities because their voice was missing in the mainstream media. He brought out his own publications to fulfill this gap, the huge gap there, because upper caste dominated media, which also you will find in the writing of Jyotiba Phule. He speaks about how the whole public sphere was dominated by the, especially Bhattji and Sethji combined. And so, as I was telling that Dr. Ambedkar brought out his own publications, and he started his publishing journey very early after returning from abroad in 1920. And he continued his journalistic writing till 1956. So it was a long journey of 36 years. He brought out many publications like Mook Nayak, Prabuddha Bharat, Samata, Janata, and his last publication was Prabuddha Bharat. So he was publisher and editor of as many as 5 periodicals. Mook Nayak's inaugural issue was published on 31st January 1920, and first issue of Prabuddha Bharat came out on 4th February 1956. So you can see that it was a journey of 36 years he was doing journalism. And in between these 2 publications, Mook Nayak and Prabuddha Bharat, he launched Bahishkrit Bharat on 3rd April 1927, Samata in June 28, and Janata on 25th November 1930. And you will see that the timings were very important. He launched Bahishkrit Bharat just before Mahad Satyagraha, or just before the roundtable conference and the whole debate on representation and how the next government will be formed. He published Janata in 1930. And Prabuddha Bharat he edited till his last days, and just before his death, he published a special edition commemorating Mahatma Phule. So, incidentally, Mahatma Phule has also done his bit of journalism. He was publisher of a periodical called Dinbandhu. So, it was in continuation that to have own publication is even Periyar, you know that he published his own journal, Revolt. So, in Phule Ambedkarite tradition, it's always there to have own publication. And Dr. Ambedkar was very perturbed with the upper caste hegemony and how heroes are and big short people are made. And in his inaugural issue of Mook Nayak, published on 31st January 1920, we are commemorating 100 years of Mook Nayak now. And he wrote, and I quote, if we throw even a cursory glance over the newspapers that are published in Bombay Presidency, we will find that many among these papers are only concerned about protecting the interest of some castes. He uses the word some castes. And these can't care less for the interest of other castes. This is not all. Sometimes they go against the interest of other castes. This is the inaugural issue of Mook Nayak. So you can see what was his concern, that the press, the media at that time was not concerned at all about the interests of depressed classes and farmers and all that, and even laborers, and they are protecting the interest of some upper caste. So you see, he has taken his project of journalism very seriously, and in spite of his busy schedule and his health issues and political activities and all other assignments like member of Viceroy Council or chairman of drafting committee of Indian Constitution, or even for that matter, first law minister of Republic of India, he always found time to write for his magazines, even when he was traveling abroad or when he was in London for roundtable conference. You will see that he never stopped writing. That was one thing that he never stopped doing. So this is in nutshell Baba Sahib's journalistic writing. And as you know that if we see his sense of Indian mainstream media and why he found it so problematic. So you can read a small text that was his speech on 1943. The name of the speech was Ranade, Gandhi and Jinnah. You will find that speech and PDF in Columbia University website also. It's easy to Google Ranade, Gandhi and Jinnah speech. And in that speech, he said that the press is always, why it's always critical about the role he was playing. And he said, and I quote, "The press has never refuted my arguments. It knows only to criticize, rebuke, and revile me for everything I do, and to misreport, misrepresent, and pervert everything I say." So you see what was his problem. And I continue the quote, "Nothing that I do please the Congress press. This animosity of the Congress press towards me can, to my mind, not unfairly be explained as the reflex of the hatred of the Hindus for the untouchables." So now you can understand what was his problem. And he was actually noticing that how the big people are made, how Gandhi and Jinnah, this binary was created, and all other voices were sidelined, and as if the whole public sphere is about these two great men and nothing else is happening. And so he criticized this role of hero making of Indian media, and he even said that the Congress press, the press that was aligning with Congress, and even when he was criticizing Jinnah, that was also was not acceptable to the Congress aligned press, because they wanted this binary to continue, and Jinnah, Gandhi, Gandhi, Jinnah, so that other voices are not heard. So, and he also says that this hero worship has become principal duty of the media, and they are giving space to sensationalism and all that. He has written a lot about actually the role of the media. So he actually understood the importance of having his own publication, and that was his project of having his own media, and he has tried a lot, as I have already told you, because he was explained that it's easy to manufacture great men. I am quoting him. So even at the end of his life in 1951, when he resigned from Nehru cabinet, on 10th October 1951, he issued a statement why he resigned from Nehru cabinet, and he cited 3 reasons for that. After citing 2 reasons, the third reason he gave for his written submission of his resignation, he said that we have our own newspapers, but they are very biased in favor of some, and they favor some other persons, and the judgments are seldom based on merits. Whenever they find an empty space, they are prone to fill the vacuum by supplying grounds for resignation. So he was worried that if the written statement he will not give, in that case, his purpose of resignation will fail, because media will portray it in some or other manner. So he has to give a written statement citing reasons for his giving his resignation in writing. So as I have taken so much time, I don't know how much time I have left. Can the organizers tell me in how many minutes, 2 or 3 minutes, I have to conclude?
Sure. Yeah, you can start wrapping up, sir.
Fine. So 2 more minutes?
Sure.
Fine. So actually, in his project of journalism, he was trying to broaden the Indian public sphere at that time, and any public sphere for that matter. This term was first used by German philosopher Jürgen Habermas, and Jürgen Habermas, you can know more about him in academic writings of regarding this sociology and mass communication and all that. So if everyone is not allowed to take part in any discourse, then that is not ideal type of public sphere. So as Indian media was dominated by the upper caste people and the people at that time inclined towards Congress and Muslim League, so other voices were not heard. So he was trying to create some sort of subaltern counter publics in order to signal that some parallel discursive arenas are there which has to be explored. And if I take this idea from Nancy Fraser, she deliberated a lot on this and why this counter publics and counter public sphere and subaltern public sphere is required if you want to broad base the idea of democracy. And as member of diaspora, you are also taking up many issues like Cisco case or caste discrimination in US, or maybe even this is happening in Australia or other countries also. If you want to put forward your views, I think you need to have your own media platforms, and as the threshold has been lowered, you need not spend millions of dollars to have your own media. So I would suggest that you have that talent there, and you must have your own websites with different type of content. You should have YouTube channels in the US also. And because without this, if your voice is not there, it will not be easy for you to put forward your views, to be part of the whatever you call national discourse or big discourse. If you want to take part in that deliberations, if you want to have caste as a protected group in the US, and if you want US universities to take more and more students, our students from our groups and communities. As you know, Brandeis University is the only university in the US which has taken caste discrimination as one form of discrimination. So we have to impress upon other universities to use this template of Brandeis University to see that nobody is discriminated on the basis of caste. So my idea and my suggestion will be you should have your own YouTube channels. I'm using it in plural because I want to have more and more platforms, because not very difficult to have your own YouTube channels, and you have such a good performers, speakers, and wonderful kids who can articulate their views. So there is a huge scope for having your own digital platforms, and I wish and I hope that all this wonderful organization, ABAT, AIC, AANA, Boston Studies Group, AIM, and AKSC, and other groups also, they will have their very vibrant and very powerful media platforms, and you can have it in 3 months if you try to have it. I can be there as consultant. I have done it for many platforms in India, and I will do it for free if you want. So with this, I am closing my this deliberation. It's not very extensive. I know we don't have much time. So anyways, thanks for inviting me on this momentous occasion. Jai Bhim, friends. Namo Buddhaya.
Thank you, Dilip ji, and thank you for throwing light on the press, journalism, and their connection with Baba Saheb, and then how Baba Saheb used press to raise the voice of oppressed in the mainstream media, and then also throwing light on the hero worshipping or the hero making, and how true it is even today, considering like Godi media, the terms are coming out. And also thank you for volunteering, being the logistic support or the mentor behind, just in case if the organization need to go through their own news channels or news platforms and being there as the pillar for them. So thank you once again. So with that, we will move. Sorry, go ahead. If somebody is trying to say something.
No, it's okay. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Sure. Yeah, thank you. So now we move to the next item in the agenda. So I would like to invite the most energetic speaker which I have known, Ms. Kamble from Canada. So just to give a background about her, she's from Punjab, near Jalandhar. She's a graduate in political science and economics. She, from last 27 years, she's living in Surrey in Canada. With that, Kamlesh ji, is over to you, but only in the interest of time, about 5 minutes. You have the control, Kamlesh ji.
Thank you, because I'm always taking just only for 2 minutes, because brother Jagdish really found to me special. First of all, today's 130th Baba Sahib Dr. Ambedkar. It's not just only Baba Sahib Dr. Ambedkar, because I don't like just only say Dr. Ambedkar. Many people, he said Dr. Ambedkar. No. Bodhisattva, greatest Indian economist, Bharat Ratna, Vishwa Ratna, socialist, many ideology of Baba Sahib, Shahuji Maharaj, Mahatma Jyotirao Phule, and all my ancestors. Maybe, I think, I never know. So, it's my Namo Buddha, Dhamma and Sangha and Bodhisattva. बाबा साहब का जन्मदिन मनाने के लिए ऑल अराउंड दी वर्ल्ड में अपनी तरफ से, अपनी फैमिली की तरफ से अवार्ड की तरफ से, आप सभी एसोसिएशन की तरफ से बधाई देती हूँ। और पंजाब की होने के बावजूद पंजाब की कुछ लाइनें, क्योंकि पता चले कि ये इंटरनेशनल बात हो रही है। महाराष्ट्र का मैं म्यूजिक और जो छोटी बेटियां डांस करती है मैं बहुत लाइक करती हूँ, क्योंकि मैंने ये ज्यादातर दुबई में देखा जब मैं दुबई में गई थी। और बाबा साहब की जयंती के साथ और राष्ट्रपिता ज्योतिराव फूले की जयंती के साथ साथ और करुणा के महासागर तथागत बुद्ध को नमन करती हुई मैं अपने 2 भाई जो लास्ट कुछ समय से गवा दिए हैं, जिन्होंने पूरे वर्ल्ड में बाबा साहब का मिशन ऐसे स्प्रेड किया और इंडिया में भी किया, जिनकी वजह से भी मैं हूँ और जिनकी वजह से मैं इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे महाराष्ट्र, केरला, आंध्र प्रदेश लोगों से मिली हूँ। वो है मेरा बहुत ही फेवरेट ब्रदर जो हमेशा मेरे साथ रहता था, राजू कामले जी। उसको ट्रिब्यूट करती हूँ मैं बाबा साहब की जयंती पे। और दूसरे ब्रदर जो अभी लास्ट ईयर हमें छोड़ के चले गए दुबई से, कृष्णा काशी जी हैदराबाद से, आंध्र प्रदेश से, ये दोनों ने मुझे बहुत झटका दिया है और अभी तक मैं स्टेबल नहीं हुई उनकी मौत के बाद। सो बाबा साहब का मिशन जैसे उन दोनों ने फैलाया, ऐसे हमारी भी ड्यूटी बनती है कि ये कर्ज है बाबा साहब का और हमें वो पे बैक टू सोसाइटी करना है। और मैं पंजाबी की कुछ लाइनें से बाबा साहब को डायग्नोज करती हूँ। हो दबे कुचलियां लियापा लुटाउण वाले, हो रामा बाई दे कान दी गल करिए, हो कीती मुद्दता तक तपस्या दे, हो कीती मुद्दता तक तपस्या दे, आओ भीम वरदान दी गल करिए, हो जिने बख्शिया ताज निमाणिया नू, हो जिने बख्शिया ताज निमाणिया नू, ओदे मान सन्मान दी गल करिए, हो जिने मिट्टी तो लाल बना दिते, जिन्हें मिट्टी तो लाल बना देते आओ पीन वरदान दी गल करिए होए आओ भीम महान दी गल करिए ओ बोधी सतब बाबा साहब दी गल करिए ओ गल करिए। जय भीम, जय भारत। जगदीश बांकर भैया एंड अम्बेडकराइट बुद्धिस्ट एसोसिएशन ऑफ टेक्सास का मैं तहे दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करती हूँ और बाबा साहब की जयंती के सिर्फ 2-4 लफ्जों से ही मैं मुका दूंगी, क्योंकि मेरे जितने भी स्कॉलर्स ब्रदर्स एंड सिस्टर्स आए हैं उन्होंने वो सारा जो मैंने भी बोलना था वो बोल दिया। मैंने आज बहुत सारा नॉलेज की बातें जो ग्रहण करी है वो नेक्स्ट जिंदगी में किसी और को बताने का मौका मिलेगा, क्योंकि ये तो पूरे का पूरा स्कॉलरों का ही क्या कहते हैं ना, हमने तो सीखना होता है, ग्रहण करना होता है कि बाबा साहब की जो जयंती हम नहीं मनाते, आज के जमाने में पूरा वर्ल्ड मनाता है। लेकिन मेरी सिस्टर इंदू चौधरी डॉक्टर, मुझे उनसे मिलने का मौका मिला 2014 से। डाउन टू अर्थ लड़की है वो, मेरे से छोटी है लेकिन पढ़ी ज्यादा है। बनते चंदीमा मेरे भी गुरु हैं, उनके भी गुरु हैं, और बनते चंदीमा के साथ मैंने 7-8 दिन बताए थे वहां, तो 3 दिन हम दोनों बहनें साथ में रही और इतना कुछ इससे मैंने सीखा और इतना इसके अंदर टैलेंट है। आज ये BHU की यूनिवर्सिटी प्रोफेसर है, लेकिन देखती है कैसे डिस्क्रिमिनेशन हमारे इधर भी उधर भी कैसे हो रहा है और उसको बाबा साहब ने कैसे एलिमिनेट किया था, या अगर हम एजुकेट नहीं होंगे तो इसको नहीं कर सकते। और यो बाबा साहब ने 21 साल का 21 ईयर का अपना जो एक्सपेरिमेंट जिंदगी का करके, इतनी मेहनत करके हमें जो लास्ट में निचोड़ निकाल के दिया था वो था बुद्धा एंड हिज धम्मा। अगर बाबा साहब के सच्चे पुत्र हैं, अगर बाबा साहब को सच से मानते हैं, अगर बाबा साहब के पाथ पे नहीं चलेंगे तो मैं उन लोगों को नहीं मानती कि वो बाबा साहब को मानते हैं। मैं डट के बोलती हूँ, पहले से आज भी कहती हूँ इसी प्लेटफॉर्म से कि बाबा साहब को मानना है तो बाबा साहब की कही बात को भी मानो, अदरवाइज बाबा साहब की बात करना ही छोड़ दो। क्योंकि क्यों हम अपने अपने नेम को बड़ा फ्लेम करने के लिए बाबा साहब का नाम लेते हैं। मैंने तो आज तक एक्सपेरिमेंट यही किया कि बहुत से लोग सिर्फ बाबा साहब का नाम यूज करते हैं, अपना फेस आगे लेके आते हैं। मुझे ऐसा नहीं चाहिए। मैं जो भी हूं, मैं जैसी भी हूं, कैसी भी हूं, मैं तो सिर्फ बाबा साहब डॉक्टर भीमराव अम्बेडकर की वजह से हूं और मेरी जुबान से तो उसी का, मेरे महापुरुष का नाम रहेगा। उसी की वजह से मैं पूरा मोहनजोदड़ो हड़प्पा की खोज करने निकली हूं, तो मुझे उसका भी बाबा साहब की वजह से पता चला है। और बाबा साहब की बात को मानना, अगर धम्मा को हम नहीं मानेंगे तो जैसे बाबा साहब कहते हैं कि धर्म जोड़ता है मजहब तोड़ता है, मेरा जो समाज है वो मजहब में फंसा हुआ है और धर्म को पकड़ता नहीं है। इसीलिए हम टूटे हुए हैं, इसीलिए हम बिखरे हुए हैं। इन बिखरे हुए मोतियों को प्लीज जोड़ने के लिए अगर बाबा साहब की सभी आवाज, जितने भी लोग सुनते हैं, बाबा साहब की बात को मान लो, उसके पाथ को मान लो। मैं कहती जैसे महाराष्ट्र वाले मेरे भाई हैं, आंध्रा वाले मेरे भाई हैं, यूपी वाले मेरे भाई हैं, राजस्थान वाले मेरे भाई हैं, अरे ये कैसे हैं जी, मुझे बाबा साहब डॉक्टर भीमराव अम्बेडकर ने जोड़ के दिया है। तो आप क्यों नहीं समझते? हम, उन्होंने पूरी लैंग्वेज कोई भी हो, कल्चर कैसा भी हो, लेकिन बाबा साहब का फ्लैग जो है ना, उस फ्लैग के नीचे, जे मेरे पीछे लगा, इस फ्लैग के नीचे हम सारे भाई बहन, इक्वल, फ्रेटर्निटी, लिबर्टी, उसी में जाते हैं। अदरवाइज बिखरे रहेंगे। आज का जो जमाना है, आज का जो मैं कनाडा में बैठी देख रही हूँ कि इतना वर्ष हो गया है भारत का, इतना बुरा हाल है कि हमारे पंजाब में कभी ऐसे रेप नहीं होते थे जैसे आज के जमाने में। सीधा गोलियां मार के लड़कियां मार दी और रेप, 13-13 साल की बच्चियों के साथ रेप हो रहा है। अरे कौन बचाएगा हम लोग उन लड़कियों को? आप लोगों की जिम्मेवारी है, जितने पढ़े लिखे ये भाई बहन, जे दिलीप मंडल जैसे इतना जर्नलिज्म जानते हैं, हम तो सिर्फ आवाज उठा सकते, प्रोटेस्ट कर सकते हैं, लेकिन नहीं, प्रोटेस्ट के साथ कोई बात नहीं होने वाली। अरे हमें भी रूलर बनना चाहिए, हमें बाबा साहब की बात पर पूरा ध्यान देना चाहिए। बाबा साहब बहुत देर बाद पहले कहते टुडे इन इंडिया इन स्पाइट ऑफ कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल राइट्स गिवन टू द ऑप्रेस्ड, द ओवरऑल सिचुएशन ऑफ ऑप्रेस्ड हैज नॉट बीन चेंज्ड। मैं सोच रही हूँ कितने सालों पहले बाबा साहब कहते थे, आज भी वही हाल है। मिलियंस ऑफ पीपल आर लिविंग बिलो पॉवर्टी लाइन। बिल्कुल, इंडिया में तो पॉवर्टी लाइन के नीचे रह रहे हैं, वो क्या समझेंगे हम क्या बोल रहे हैं, उनको तो हमें उनकी भाषा बोलनी पड़ेगी। इसीलिए मेरे बहुत से मेंटर जो मेरे बड़े भाई थे, जैसे राजू है, कृष्णा जी की बात करिए, और चानन चाल जी पंजाब से इंग्लैंड रहते थे, उन्होंने मुझे एक बात सिखाई थी मरने के पहले, वो भी जल्दी चले गए दुनिया से, कि आपने सिर्फ अपनी लैंग्वेज बोलनी है, वो नहीं छोड़नी। इंग्लिश के स्कॉलर बहुत मिल जाएंगे। देखो चिन्मया, कितने मेरे भाई, ब्रांडी यूनिवर्सिटी, ऑल यू ऑल आर दी वेल एजुकेटेड। इंदू चौधरी वहां पूरा मतलब कर, आप इतने एजुकेटेड हैं, स्कॉलर हैं, इंग्लिश पूरी जानते हैं, तो मैंने भी ये सोचा कि मुझे इंग्लिश में बोलने की जरूरत नहीं है। अरे मेरे समाज को मेरी लैंग्वेज समझ आती है। मैं बाबा साहब की बात उन झुग्गी झोपड़ियों को देना चाहती हूँ। अगर उनके दिमाग में पड़ गई बात ना, तो ये फिर चेंज आएगी। हमारे जैसे लोग चेंज नहीं ला सकते। हम तो अच्छे घरों में रहते हैं, अच्छा खाते पीते हैं, अरे लाख लाख डॉलर की कार रखते हैं, सिर्फ बाबा साहब का नाम जय भीम कहने में सबने डाल रखा है। इसीलिए मैं अपने पाथ पे, बाबा साहब के पाथ पे चलती हूँ, तो कई बार अकेले ही चलती। कहते हैं अकेले चलते हैं जानवे मंजिल, तो एक दिन कारवा पीछे बन जाता है। वो कारवा आप जैसे भाइयों का है, आप जैसे भाई बना देते हैं, याद करते हैं, साल बाद करें, 6 मंथ बाद करें। जगदीश बांकर जी का मैं शुक्रिया अदा करती हूँ कि ये मुझे याद करते ही रहते हैं, और महेश भी याद करते रहते हैं। मतलब कभी ना कभी मुझे फोन करके कहते हैं कि कैसे हो दीदी, एक बात बतानी है, तो ये शेयर जरूर करते हैं। ऐसे राजू कांबले जी मेरे साथ शेयर करते थे। तो बाबा साहब जी को आज मैं उनकी जयंती के हैप्पी जयंती आप सभी को कहते हुए आपसे प्रण करती हूँ, और आपसे आशा करती हूँ कि प्लीज आप बाबा साहब की जय भीम तक मत रहिए, बाबा साहब का पाथ फॉलो करिए। इस पाथ से हम जुड़ेंगे, इस पाथ से हम आगे निकल जाएंगे। इस पाथ से वर्ल्ड की जो बुद्धिस्ट कंट्रीज हैं, वो भारत की जो वो इतना अत्याचार हो रहा है, वो बुद्धिस्ट लड़कियों को समझ के उसका ऊपर जो रेप होता है अत्याचार रोकेंगे। अदरवाइज अनटचेबिलिटी और अनटचेबल ये लेडीज, ये गर्ल्स, उनका रेप हुआ कोई नहीं पूछता। अरे कौन पूछेगा भाई, उनको क्या लेना देना किसी से। अगर लेना देना है तो बुद्धिस्ट लड़कियां, अगर मैं 10 कंट्रीज से बोलूं अरे मेरी बुद्धिस्ट लड़कियों का रेप हो गया, तो मुझे पता है मैं अकेली भी खड़ी होंगी बाबा साहब की बदौलत, वो 10 कंट्रियां मेरे साथ खड़ी हो जाएंगी। लेकिन दुखांत है इस बात का कि मेरा समाज इस बात को समझ नहीं सका। बाबा साहब के नाम के तो इक्वलिटी की बात करते हैं, लेकिन बाबा साहब के पाथ को मानने की बात नहीं करते। तो इसलिए कभी कभी लगता कि वैनकूवर की धरती पे आज भी मैं और मेरे हस्बैंड अकेले खड़े हैं। बात करने वाले बहुत है, लेकिन पाथ को प्योरली अपनाते नहीं है। ये जो कोरोना का हुआ ना, इसमें से बाबा साहब की पता नहीं कितनी किताबें मैंने दोबारा पढ़नी शुरू कर दी, और उसको जब मैंने पढ़ा तो ये मेरे जख्म हो गए पढ़ते पढ़ते। ये किताब पता नहीं, ये अनटचेबल, अरे पढ़ोगे ना तो पता चलेगा कि कैसे गांधी ने हमारे अधिकार मारे राउंड टेबल कॉन्फ्रेंस में। कैसे, यार मेरा मतलब रोना आता है। हिंदू कोड वेल जब मैंने देखा, ये लड़कियों को पढ़ के देखना चाहिए। एक किताब ये साल से पूरी लग गया मेरे से, पढ़ी नहीं गई। मैं बार बार एक लफ्ज 5-5 बार बाबा साहब का पढ़ती हूँ तो मुझे समझ आता है। लड़कियों को बाबा साहब को गुरु कहना चाहिए। अरे बाबा साहब ने उनके लिए लॉ मिनिस्टर से इस्तीफा दिया था, लेकिन फिर भी पता नहीं क्यों औरतें क्यों नहीं समझती। और बाबा साहब औरत की मेजर करते थे कि अगर वो बराबर की इक्वल, तब अगर पढ़ी लिखी बराबर होगी, काम बराबर। लेकिन मैं देख ही नहीं रही, जितने भी पोस्टर छपते हैं इंडिया में भी, पंजाब में भी, कुछ उसमें सभी मैन मेड, मतलब मर्द प्रधान। लड़की और वुमेन और औरत है ही नहीं उसके अंदर, नजर ही नहीं आती। तो मतलब बाबा साहब की बात को फिर वो भी हमने मानी नहीं ना, जो बाबा साहब कोट करते थे कि आई मेजर द प्रोग्रेस ऑफ कम्युनिटी बाय द डिग्री ऑफ प्रोग्रेस दैट वुमेन हैव अचीव्ड। मतलब वो बात ही नहीं है। ये एक जे कोट और एक दूसरी कोट, ये मैं बहुत प्यार करती हूँ दोनों कोट से। आई लाइक द रिलीजन दैट टीचेस लिबर्टी, इक्वालिटी एंड फ्रेटर्निटी। सो इन्हीं बातों से आप भाइयों का टाइम फिर भी ज्यादा ले लिया, पंजाब से हूं ना इसीलिए, तो बाबा साहब को मानती भी दिल से हूँ, ये ऊपर की बातों से नहीं, उसी मसीहा की वजह से हूँ जो भी हूँ। मरते दम तक आखिरी श्वास, अगर कुदरत का निज़म जो है कि मरने के बाद, श्वास निकलने के बाद आदमी के अंदर एक श्वास आ जाए ना, तो मैं कॉफन से उठकर भी फिर एक बार जय भीम बोलूंगी। सो जय भीम, जय भारत, नमो बुद्धाय, प्रबुद्ध भारत सभी को। थैंक यू वेरी मच। एक बार फिर अम्बेडकर बुद्धिस्ट एसोसिएशन ऑफ टेक्सास की सारी टीम, लेकिन बहुत ज्यादा भैया जगदीश बांकर जी का, जिनकी बदौलत मैं बोल रही हूँ। जय भीम, जय भारत।
Thank you, Kamble ji. And now everyone will agree why I said she's the most energetic speaker I have ever seen. what a energy, what a soulful performance. And I think everyone will take your words by heart and then follow Ambedkar, Baba Saheb Ambedkar's mission. So with that, we will move to the next item in the agenda, where we have a small cultural activity, which is a performance by Ms. Mrunal Thulkar. Ms. Mrunal Thulkar is a computer engineer and currently pursuing MBA in human resources. I have her long, introduction, but I will just say that she has participated in many dance shows in Sony TV and also in Doordarshan. So with that, I would like to play a video where, in the interest of time, and then please enjoy the video.
संविधान का है तू ही शिल्पकार, तूने ही सिखाया है समानता का सार, राष्ट्र संविधान का है तू ही शिल्पकार, तूने ही सिखाया है समानता का सार, अपनी कलम से की है देश रचना, एक एक शब्द तेरा भीम तर्जमा, साहिब मेरे भीमराव, साहिब मेरे भीमराव, साहिब मेरे भीमराव, साहिब मेरे भीमराव, साहिब मेरे संकट में आया तू बनके सहारा, बनके सहारा, बनके सहारा, तेरी मशाल ने दिखाया किनारा, दिखाया किनारा, दिखाया किनारा, संकट में आया तू बनके सहारा, तेरी मशाल ने दिखाया किनारा, तेरी व्यवस्थाओं से खिला चमन, गोटी गोटी भीमराय तुझको नमन, साहिब मेरे भीमराव, 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 साहिब मेरे
Thank you, Mrunalji. So now we go into the organizational update by Ajit Liarji. He is the General Secretary of AIM or Ambedkar Mission Buddha VR in Toronto. So Ajit ji, over to you. Okay, so moving on, we'll go to the next organization update by Anand Baliji. Anand Baliji is son of our own LR Baliji. He is living in Toronto, Canada from last 30 years. He was the former General Secretary of Ambedkar Mission Toronto. He is the founder member of AICS, which is Ambedkarite International Coordination Society of Canada. And he's also presently the founder for Dhamma Waves. He is the NRI coordinator for All India Samta Sainik Dal. He helps managing and contributing to the Bhim Patrika publication, which happens in India. So with that, Anand Baliji, over to you.
Thank you. I'm audible.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. Thank you, Nama Buddha, to all. As everyone said so much about Baba Saheb Dr. Ambedkar. Since I have a very limited time, I just wanted to share good news. The good news are, we celebrated Baba Saheb's birthday in 2018 in Vancouver, and we took an oath for 50 project that we will be completing, which is I want to congratulate to all the Canadians and especially people from Vancouver that 14th April, Dr. Ambedkar birthday, British Columbia announced that will be Equality Day on 14th of April. That's the biggest achievement, and I wanted to thank you, British government. And we took oath for 50 small projects. This is the one of them. And we've been working all the other project, 49, more than 10 project is accomplished. There's a small and major working. We are working through with the company, with the Chetana organization and Ambedkar International Coordination. And the second is the first time happening in Toronto. We are celebrating Dalit History Month. Which is also is a big deal, and Ontario government participating, 2 university participating, Ambedkar International Coordination also participating onto that. These are the 2 good news we wanted to share with that. And I know the program is phenomenal. All the organizers did such a great job, and 2 things I wanted to end with this, as everybody said. We've been talking about Kamble Sahab, in 2002, I believe, someone can correct me if I'm wrong. In 2002, Gandhi statue was installed in Michigan. So from Toronto, we did a demonstration against the installation, and we all went from Toronto to demonstrate. So my son was with me at that time, and when we took apart to against the statue. And my son asked the question. He said, "Dad, if Dr. Ambedkar was such a great personality, he's a symbol of knowledge, why Gandhi statue being installed all over?" It was a shocking question to me, because he was with me for 3-4 days. And then I answered him this way. So I said, if you notice all the Gandhi statues being installed outside the university. If you notice all the Gandhi statues being installed outside the university, if you notice all the Ambedkar statues installed in the university, that's in the library where thousands of people are sitting and watching and seeing him by accomplishing their degrees and all that. So this is different between a Gandhi. So Sathiyo, 2 messages I wanted to share, which is the last desire of Baba Saheb Dr. Ambedkar. एक तो हमने एक change करनी है, सबसे पहले एक change करनी है. We must stop here by saying Bharat Ratna of Dr. Ambedkar. I give you a big reason of that. Why we must stop saying Bharat Ratna of Dr. Ambedkar. आज आपने देखा होगा भारत की सरकार जो पंजाबी लोग समझेंगे, I don't know, Hindi people will understand this. जो गुल्ली डंडा भी खेलता ना, उसको भी भारत रत्न दे रहे हैं वो लोग. So Baba Saheb Dr. Ambedkar is a Vishwa Ratna now, because every single country installed their statue in the university. So we must change that. We call him a Vishwa Ratna Baba Saheb Dr. Ambedkar. So 2 things I wanted to share 2 last messages. Number 1 is Baba Saheb ki antam disha भारत को बुद्ध की ले लो दीक्षा. So भारत को बुद्ध में ही देश बनाना है. Second desire, किसी भी हालात में हमको भारत को हिंदू राष्ट्र नहीं बनने देना है. ये हमने हर तरह अपनी कोशिश करनी है. So this is the 2 thing. This was the last desire. We have to work day and night for this. At the end, I just wanted to share एक शेर बोल के मैं अपनी बात खत्म करूंगा. और उससे पहले I wanted to also give an announcement also on 17th of April. We have organized the Pan Canada organization. where more than 6 organizations came together to celebrate Baba Saheb's birthday virtually. So please, all of us, please do participate into that. And also CGI Toronto participating to this one. So ये शेर एक लिखा है, बहुत जबरदस्त शेर है. हजारों साल नरगिस अपनी बेनूरी पे रोती है. हजारों साल नरगिस अपनी बेनूरी पे रोती है. बड़ी मुश्किल से होता है चमन में देदार पैदा. With that, thank you so very much. Back to you. Namo Buddhaya, Jai Bhim.
Thank you, Anandji. Thanks for that update and also the very well said words. So with that, we will move on to our cultural program with Anil Fuljaleji, who would want to recite a poem on Baba Saheb. Anilji, if you are available.
Kamlesh, I'm not sure whether he was able to join because he was having a difficulty in joining. Sure. So in the meantime, can we just skip and go to the next cultural activity?
Yeah, so because Jagdish ji, you spoke just now, so we'll go to a song by Jagdish Brahmane. So Jagdish Brahmane ji, if you are available.
I think he's also not there.
Yeah, I think he was there earlier. Okay. So Dr. Ravindra Bansod singing a Bhim Geet.
Yeah, he is there.
Hello.
Yeah, please go ahead, sir.
Okay. So firstly, happy Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar Jayanti to all. And thanks to the committee and Dr. Engineer Bankar and all the team members that give me this opportunity. I'm presenting some of the few lines in the form of song. कुछ नीच के अंधेरों तले टकरे हुए उम्मीदों का दिया बनकर जलते रहे हम सिखाया तुम्हें जीना जीना हमको जीना उजालों में जीना मेरे हमदम उच्च नीच के अंधेरों तले जकड़े हुए एकदम उम्मीदों का दिया बनकर जलते रहे हरदम सिखाया हमने जीना जीना हमको जीना उजालों में जीना मेरे हमदम चारों तरफ दुनिया में ऊंचाई को छूना है चारों तरफ दुनिया में ऊंचाई को छूना है फंसे हुए बिछड़ों को उजालों में आना है बाबा भीम के वसूलों को दिल में बसाना है पढ़ लिख कर दिखाए हुए रास्तों पे चलना है दर से हमको जीना जीना कैसे जीना उजालों में जीना मेरे हमदम रहती छिपे अंधेरों तले झुकड़े हुए एकदम उम्मीदों का दिया
जीना जीना हमको जीना उजालू में जीना मेरे हमदम सिखाया हमने जीना जीना हमको जीना उजालू में जीना मेरे हमदम
Thanks. Thank you, Dr. Bansor. It was a mesmerizing performance and very soulful as well. Automatically, you go into a different mood altogether. So, thank you once again. So now I have also a song by Miss Maya Hiwale. So I would like to play that. It's a Bhim Geet as well.
चांदण्याची छाया कापराची काया चांदण्याची छाया कापराची काया माऊलीची माया होता माझा भीमराया माऊलीची माया होता माझा भीमराया माऊलीची माया होता माझा भीमराया चोचीतला तारा देत होता सारा चोचीतला तारा देत होता सारा मायेचा उबारा देत होता सारा मायेचा उबारा देत होता सारा भीमाई परी जिया पिलावरी भीमाई परी जिया पिलावरी पंख पांघराया होता माझा भीमराया माऊलीची माया होता माझा भीमराया बोलतात सारे विकासाची भाषा बोलतात सारे विकासाची भाषा लोपली निराशा लोपली निराशा लोपली निराशा लोपली निराशा 7 कोटी मधी विकासाच्या आधी 7 कोटी मधी विकासाच्या आधी विकासाचा पाया होता माझा भीमराया विकासाचा पाया होता माझा भीमराया माऊलीची माया होता माझा भीमराया झाले नवे नेते मला हीच धणी झाले नवे नेते मला हीच धणी वामनच्या मणी येती जुन्या आठवणी वामनच्या मणी येती जुन्या आठवणी झुंज दिली खरी रामकुंडावरी झुंज दिली खरी रामकुंडावरी दगड गोटे खाया होता माझा भीमराया माऊलीची माया होता माझा भीमराया चांदण्याची छाया कापराची काया चांदण्याची छाया कापराची काया माऊलीची माया होता माझा भीमराया माऊलीची माया होता माझा भीमराया माऊलीची माया होता माझा भीमराया
So with that wonderful song or wonderful performance by Maya ji, I would like to say that we have Let me start my camera also. So I would like to say that we have completed our program lineup, whatever we had planned originally. So now it's an open forum. So if anybody wants to share their view or wish others, you can do so right now. And then please follow the guidelines which we want to follow, which is please use the feature of the software in Zoom, that is raise the hand or put in the chat, and then the host or the co-host can then unmute you one by one, and then you can then speak up, and then please be patient because other might be want to speak. So with that, I would like to hand over to Jagdish Bankarji, who can take or facilitate the next section. So with that, Jagdish ji, over to you.
Thank you, Kamlesh and Vasant Parmar ji for moderating this entire program wonderfully. First of all, I would request all to applaud this to moderator for doing the wonderful job. And I think this program has been going on for the last 4 hours, but still it is not ended. Still the program is on. So the main important part of this program, again, when we started in 2015, the main purpose was, right, we wanted to connect the people from across the globe and wish each others, because, we cannot meet in person. And this was a very good platform for all of us to wish each others on the birth anniversary of our Mashiach. And as rightly Kamlesh said, I don't know, right, how much I can say about Kamlesh, the junoon that she has, and which brings in our body that momentum that we see. I hope that probably everyone may be feeling the same the way I feel it. And whenever I hear it, I feel that, right, I'm talking to such an energetic person, right, the person who, like Baba Sahib Ambedkar, when he was giving a speech, right, he used to inspire all the people and see that the way we have to fight for our equality and the justice. So I know one of my friend, Anil Puljale, he was not able to join for some other reason, but I wanted to recite his poem. He writes the poem just on the spot because I have experienced when we were on a tour. But just basically a couple of lines I wanted to recite what he sent to me. छोड़ दो अपना पराया, छोड़ दो अपना पराया ये जय भीम वालों, छोड़ दो अपना पराया ये जय भीम वालों, दिल से दिल मिलाने ये भी भीम जयंती आई है. So ये अपने मतलब ये जो कोऑर्डिनेशन होना चाहिए सबका मिलके और अपने आप को एक दूसरे को जो हम एक विश भेजते हैं, आज वो दिल मिला के अपने आप अपन सबको एक दूसरे को विश करेंगे अपने मसीहा के जयंती पर. So with that word, I would like to open a forum to wish each others on this occasion. So as Kamlesh mentioned, that we will go as per the our protocol, where whoever raised the hand, right, I will go with that. So may I request host to unmute Jagannath Venkatesh.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to take maybe about 30 seconds. I was introduced to AANA by Anand Banteji 3 years back. And since the lockdown, I have been greatly enriched by AANA and friends in America. The last word I would like to tell, it's a wonderful convergence. There's a positive point. The negative point is we should understand that action speaks louder than words. And the last point, suggestion is one earth, one people, one Jai Bhim. Nobody else can give leadership just as Ambedkar for the whole world, which is struggling with climate action, is struggling with pandemics and infodemic and also disasters.